clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Stewart,
Here.
Councilmember Kovar,
Here.
Councilmember DeBala,
Present.
Councilmember Kostick,
Here.
Councilmember Siemens,
Present.
Councilmember Smith,
Here.
Councilmember Searcy.
Okay, thank you. So to start off our meeting tonight, I wanted us to take a moment. This week, we passed 500,000 deaths due to COVID-19. And unfortunately, we received the news today that Muriel Bowser's sister passed away of COVID-19. And so I just thought we just take a moment of silence to hold in our thoughts all who we have lost across the country, in our community, and in particular, send our thoughts to and love to Mayor Bowser. Thank you. All right, getting started with our meeting. Looking at our agenda moving forward, next week is March already. It is March 3rd. We will have our meeting begin at 7:30. We have a number of voting items scheduled for next week. A resolution recognizing our retiring library director, Ellen Arnold Robbins. A resolution adopting council priorities. Second reading ordinance approving FY 2021 budget amendment number 4, a resolution regarding budget hold list items, and a single reading ordinance awarding contract for police promotional process. Our work sessions next week include a discussion of traffic calming request on Darwin Avenue and the 800 block of Wildwood Drive, and a continued discussion of committees, purpose and changes of committees. In addition, we will continue our conversation that we'll have this evening on the stormwater fee and the city manager search. And then on Wednesday, March 10th, we will have the voting session for that will tentatively be the first reading ordinance amending the stormwater management code. And our work session is tentatively the Complete Safe Streets Committee recommendations on traffic calming and sidewalks. Then on March 17th, we'll have a proclamation for Meet Out Day. And then we have a voting session, the second reading ordinance amending the Stormwater Management Code, assuming we vote on the first reading of it the week before. And our work session will be the Police Department annual report. Now I'd like to turn it over to Anne to give us an update on how things are going in Annapolis with the legislative session.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We are just about to the halfway point of the 2021 legislative session. I think Friday is day 45. Some of you might have read in the news there was a COVID scare in the Senate. Luckily, they were false positives of a rapid test. So I know a lot of folks were very relieved, of course, that was good news. On some of the high priority issues, the police reform work is going on as we speak. The Senate continues, the Judicial Proceedings Committee of the Senate continues to debate and mark up bills, and they're making all kinds of amendments that are a little difficult sometimes to track via video, not having paper in front of you. So, you know, we'll be reporting out, and we'll see certainly, I think, news reports as well that I think get access to some of that a little more quickly than the rest of us. So that's moving along, I think, in a way we expected, which is, you know, lots of very big, broad, bold proposals. And what's coming out is, you know, things that have been scaled back a bit. On housing justice issues, there was a lot of news this last week. Late last week, the Speaker of the House, Adrienne Jones, announced a list of priorities from her perspective related to changes that go from emergency response, the eviction moratoriums as moratoria, and some other kinds of reforms in eviction cases that we believe will have a very positive impact in general on the stability of housing. So, we'll have to, her saying it doesn't make it so, but her saying it makes it a lot more likely. So folks are continuing to work with her on some of that. A lot of the climate bills that the city is weighing in on just haven't come up for votes yet. I know last week, Councilmember Smith asked about the plastic bag ban bill, and that seems a little stuck. And we're trying to figure out, what kind of push it needs. So I'll certainly be communicating with you all if there are things specifically that the city can do to help unstick it. Those are some of the major issues to bring forth at this time. But as always, if there are things that you need from me, please let me know.
Great. Thank you very much for all your work, and we'll keep everyone posted on things. Actually, it was interesting this past week. We did not testify on any bills, but we did put in some public comments, and moving forward, we will continue to look at the different bills that we have to testify and bring those before council and report back. So thank you, Anne, for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
We now have public hearings tonight. At the start of our meeting, we have 2 public hearings on traffic calming. The first is the 800 block of Wildwood Drive, followed by Darwin Avenue traffic calming, and then a public hearing on our stormwater management fee system. I see Mr. Small has joined us. If you want to kick us off, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I apologize for the odd ethereal purple light. I didn't realize that it was going to reflect this way because I thought the other lights would be bright enough. So notwithstanding that, I guess I represent both someone who lives on the Wildwood corner and oddly enough, the New Hampshire Gardens Community Association. And so one of the things that I wanted to make sure that I did was in both capacities indicate the importance of looking at the traffic situation, particularly at that 800 block, because there are some complexities about being over here in kind of, and I wouldn't necessarily say Ward 6, but in relationship to being right next to New Hampshire Avenue. That cause continual issues, even with the way the traffic patterns currently exist. And if you presuppose that there's going to be some changes in those traffic patterns in the future, particularly related to the purple line or anything else, it can get kind of alarming. And in one of the things I did want to say is that in evaluating individual blocks with regard to Wildwood, I don't necessarily think I don't think it's as important as evaluating the way the traffic flows along the whole street because of what happens during the rush hour time periods. And so there are things that happen during those periods that are really just, it's like a train going from point A to point B, because it's basically a pass through for most of all of the traffic that's on New Hampshire going into the university. The block in particular that we're talking about now actually has a lot of, I wouldn't necessarily call it choke points, but it just everything is moving toward that single area. The streets are not that wide. It's difficult for people to navigate that anyway, and people really do come through there well over acceptable norms for speed. So I've thought a lot about this, about chicanes and or whether or not additional speed bumps or anything would help. And I'm not necessarily sure, but I do know that some expertise is required on the issue. And I guess that would be what I would say.
Great. Well, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Next, I'm going to ask the city clerk, did Mr. Hinton join us yet, or?
Do not see him. I've sent him an email, but I don't see him on the in the
Okay.
group.
I think I saw Mr. Cole, so we could go to,
He should be on.
Hi, how are you? Thank you.
great.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Appreciate your time today. I just wanted to sort of speak briefly on this issue as well. You will hear my toddler in the background, I'm sure, which is important to why I'm testifying today. We live on the corner of Ann and Wildwood, and we moved in August. Very happy to be a part of this community, but I've definitely noticed a high volume of traffic on Wildwood, especially during rush hour times. I would hazard a guess, it's GPSs taking people to cut through from University in New Hampshire. I agree with Mr. Small that it's probably an issue that needs to examine the entire stretch, but I do think that because where Ann and Wildwood meet by that 8,000 block, it's just two slight inclines, and I think people who are coming from the more major roads are driving at a higher rate of speed than is appropriate for a residential street because they're trying to get places. And if you're not, that little extra incline adds an incentive for them to sort of, do a rolling stop and drive a little too fast. So I also am not a traffic expert, so I don't come with a sort of prepared solution, but I do think it should be something that should be examined because I'm sure there are smart ways to help manage the flow across the entire block. So that was basically the sum of my comments. Appreciate your time. Thank you for having us.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you to both of you for joining us. And I know, Mr. Small, you represent a larger group of people in the association, and we appreciate everyone for bringing this to our attention. All right, so that were the public comments we had. If Mr. Hinton does join us a little bit, we can have him speak after we hear from people who have come to talk about traffic calming on Darwin Avenue. And we have Catherine Hill as the first person up. Is she with us?
I'm sorry, I don't see her on the meeting.
Okay, how about Virginia Ripley Wolf? I think I saw
Yes.
Virginia. Okay,
Sorry, she should be on in a moment.
great.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My husband and I have lived here for almost 33 years. And we live on the corner of Darwin Grant and Holly at the intersection there. And we are able to witness auditorily and visually when traffic comes through that intersection and speeds up going toward the dog park or the playgrounds, or just whatever the intention is. And my concern, we do not have sidewalks on Darwin, and we are a growing population. Younger families are moving in, as some of us are aging out, and I think that we need the traffic calming apparatus of the speed hump because of the increase in the young kids and also skateboarders, joggers, walkers. And so I would appreciate if that could be approved for Darwin Avenue. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much
You're welcome.
for coming tonight. I think the next person I see on the list, I'll check with the clerk who's here to speak to this issue, is Elizabeth Wallace.
Yes, she should be here. She should be on.
Hi, thank you. I live on Holly, and from my perspective, the Darwin concerns start at the corners of Holly and Philadelphia, as well as Piney Branch and Grant. A few days ago, after crossing Philly, a white car careened through the stop sign on Philly and made a right on Holly. And as the car whizzed past, less than 24 inches from me, I reached out and I slapped his car. Okay, it's not smart, okay, but it was a knee-jerk reaction, but using my elbow. The man stopped his car, jumped out, and started yelling at me. Well, he was shorter than me. He could easily have beat me up. Well, I'm 40 years older than he. When he realized that it might not be a great idea for him to do that, he got back in the car, sped up the hill toward Darwin. Today, as I was sitting out in front of my house, I saw another car go through the stop sign at Holly and Darwin and Holly and Grant and go up the hill to the parking lot. And then less than 30 seconds later, I saw another car come down from the middle school area through the stop sign and up toward the park again. I exercise something that maybe a lot of people don't know about is when you see cars go through stop signs, you can write a letter to Kathy Plevy at the Tacoma Park Police Department and give them the information regarding what time something happened, what occurred, and the license number. And they can write a letter to the person who ran the stop sign or sped down the street. And it's not a citation, but it's kind of a warning. We saw that. I would encourage more people to use that, but I'm not saying that that's a replacement for doing what other people want done regarding traffic calming. But I would really like to see more eyes from the police department on that intersection, because it happened again today when I was going through and almost hit again at Grant and Holly. I told somebody, slow down. The man rolled down his window and he goes, "Are you talking to me?" I said, "No, I was talking to the driver." But for a moment, I thought I was, in a Robert De Niro Taxi movie. It's dangerous in all kinds of ways.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. Next, we have Nicholas Broussard.
Sorry, I'm gonna start my video here. All right, look, I'm on Darwin, guys. Hey. So, good evening, Mayor Stewart and constituents. I live at 22 Darwin with my wife Becca, daughter Lucy, and dog Boudin. And we are proud to announce we have another little one coming along next month. Hey, and so anyhow, we support the speed bumps on Darwin Avenue to aid in traffic calming. We're a big pusher of it all. And we've been living here for about 2 years. We moved here a couple of years ago, and we moved here mostly because it was a smaller, more active community that we could participate in, more holy, which we are doing now, which is wonderful. And we've really enjoyed Darwin over the past couple of years. We've got some wonderful neighbors, and everybody cares about each other and cares about what happens on Darwin and the surrounding area. So drivers have been heading down this Grant Avenue at raceway speeds, of course, and skipping the Darwin Holly Grant intersection mostly to get to the park or whatnot, or the dog park or anything like that. So anyhow, we've noticed this more as Lucy's reaching walking age. And we've also been working from home a lot more, so we notice it a lot more. And so anyhow, these cars are speeding up and they're going down Darwin at astronomical speeds. And I feel that it's important to mention that we rely on the street to get to downtown Tacoma Park and also to the park itself. And that's because there's no sidewalks. And We're in full support of having speed bumps on Darwin Street. We've gathered the signatures for the petition, and we've got interest from my family as well as my neighbors for these speed humps and slowing cars down on Darwin Avenue. So I urge you all to vote in favor of it, and we can get some traffic calming on Darwin.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Got it. Thank you.
The next speaker on this issue is Daniel Hale.
Good evening. I guess my wife, TT, and I'm Daniel Hale. We haven't moved. Well, we don't live on Darwin yet, but actually, Nick told me about this meeting when I saw him yesterday. So, you know, even though we don't live there yet, you know, our house is actually currently under construction. And while sitting outside while sitting in my car outside right on the street, I have seen a lot of cars speeding by, trying to get to the park. And there's also a sharp corner or like a sharp turn when you're approaching the park, and it's not enough space for two cars. The car going towards the park would kind of have to slow down in order for the other car to pass by, the car going in the opposite direction. And it's just an accident waiting to happen. And also we do have two young sons, a 6 and a 4-year-old. And one of them is actually on the spectrum, and he kind of wonders at times. And I actually, the first thing that I was going to request is for a speed hump when we first moved into that house, just due to that what I've witnessed in terms of how people drive in that area. And yeah, so we fully support a speed hump. If you know, I don't know. Do you have anything? Okay, I'll give you just later. And that's we don't have anything else.
Great. All right. Well, it's nice to meet you all, and we're looking forward to when you move into the city. So thank you for joining us tonight. Great. I think we have one more speaker, I believe, on Darwin Avenue. And then we'll go back to Mr. Hinton for Wildwood Drive. So do we have, I think it was Patty Jo Douglas for to speak on the Darwin Avenue traffic calming. Is Patty Jo still with us? It's down here. Oh, there she is.
Hi, I'm Patty Jo. I've been living here 23 years, and we have seen a lot of cars speeding down Darwin Avenue. And like my neighbors had mentioned, we don't have any sidewalks, and it is very dangerous. Even just coming back from the park, that corner is it's very dangerous. You can't see anyone coming. You know, it's a nightmare waiting to happen. Let's just put it that way. So it would be very helpful if we can get some help in terms of a speed bump. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. And actually, I see we do have Annika Jansen, who joined us, who was signed up as well for public comments on Darwin Avenue.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, I guess I can start my video and be brave. Yeah, I'm just gonna just briefly say, yes, I'm in total support of a speed bump. There's just, there's no sidewalks, and there's a lot of traffic going to the park, going to the dog park. People seem to be in a real hurry to get there and to come back from there. And then, you know, there are a lot of people coming in from outside of the area to use that shelter there. and they may not know kind of what kind of neighborhood they're driving through and not understand that there are no sidewalks and there may be people walking on the streets with their children in baby carriages or, just walking along the street. So I'm very much in support of the speed bumps.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us. And Mr. Hinton, sorry, we do have one other person on Darwin Avenue, Karen Reeves, arrives, excuse me, if I'm pronouncing that wrong, it joined us. And so we'll go to Karen.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me okay? Okay, so all my neighbors have already said everything, but I wanted to emphasize that the reason I think this is so important now is because we've been here for over 10 years, and we have really seen how the traffic has picked up during that decade. And that's because the park was, fixed up and the dog park came along. All that's great, but we also need some help, like everybody has said. And my main concern now is not for my kids because they're growing up or just about grown up, but we have small kids on both sides of our house now, Nick and Daniel's family. And I want to be sure that nothing happens, that we take these steps now before there is an accident. So please do help us with this.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, I think I'll just check with the city clerk. That wraps us up for public comments on the public hearing on Darwin Avenue traffic calming. Am I correct?
I believe it does. I will do a quick double check if you want to.
We'll go back
Okay,
to
Mr.
the 8,000 block of
Yes.
Wildwood Drive.
Yes.
And Mr. Hinton, you're up.
Okay, thank you for hosting me, and I apologize for being late. I appreciate having this opportunity to talk about the traffic at the 8,000 block. I live at 8007 Wildwood Drive, which is practically on the corner of Carroll Avenue, and I witness a lot of traffic tearing through here. We do have a stop sign at Ann Street in Carroll, four-way stop sign, but it seems to do very little in getting people to slow down. Oftentimes I see people blow past it. It would be really nice to have at least a speed hump on the other side of that to force people to slow down to like 20 miles per hour at the most. I'd also like to see bump outs if possible. I think having a more constrained traffic channel would encourage people to slow down as well. I was listening to Daniel earlier talking about his children in the front yard, and we don't even let our children go out in the front yard out of concern that they might get too close to the streets and people might get hit. Several years ago, I recall somebody coming around Carroll Avenue too fast and ending up in the front yard of a neighbor's. This is a very, Delisha, this is a very important subject for us, and we would be greatly appreciative to the city if they could do something to encourage people to slow down on our block. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, just going to double check. We had two other people who had signed up for Darwin Avenue if they've joined us yet. I'm not seeing them, so I think we will move on then to the public hearing on the stormwater management fee. Just checking with the city clerk. I do not see Catherine or Adrian.
Kelly Harder, they're not.
Just a moment, please.
Okay.
Sorry.
He said we're voting tonight.
Not on this. That's it.
Okay, we should have the folks on the stormwater list joining us now. So we have Paula Hubner first.
Great. So we had 4 folks sign up for the public hearing on stormwater management fee system. We'll start with Paul Hubner, then Suzanne Lowen, David Blockstein, and Rachel Healy. So first, Mr. Hubner, you're up.
Greetings, Paul Hubner, Ward 3. I received the city notice on the proposed changes in the stormwater utility fee, another tax increase, because to me, sidewalks and roads, curbs and gutters are basic essential services, just like waste and recycling and public safety and fire service. So I requested my proposed home stormwater fee analysis, and boy, did I get a surprise. I'm just trying to see all you guys. There was a dramatic difference of almost 700 square feet and a 43%, that's a 43% overestimate of the impervious area on my property. I requested more information and was given a breakdown of the calculations and an aerial shot of my plot, supposedly, except it wasn't my plot. It was a different address and aerial photo altogether. Further afterwards, after the picture was received, I raised the issue of the wrong location, and they said, sorry, it's the wrong photo. However, these are the right calculations. I remain dubious. I reiterated after that I have no driveway, a 343 square foot mistake. So not only do they have the wrong address, the plot they showed me is a block away and down the street, across the street, very near Casey's house. It's right across the street from her, not where I am. The bottom line on all these things is that based on just my personal issue with the stormwater, I recommend that you reject this new tax base on some analytical process and computations because it's inaccurate and unreliable. It's unlikely that mine is the only overestimate, even though they may not all be 43%. It seems to me also to be cumbersome and administratively burdensome for staff to review. If they have to research and correct all this information on the report, it'll likely cause unnecessary anxiety on the part of the residents. It seems wholly possible that most all property owners will request that information and calculations, which they deserve. Reject this proposal because it will be chaos. It's totally unworkable. If half the homeowners requested data and follow-up, this process represents thousands of hours of time and hundreds of site visits to do the actual verifications. I feel certain that more scientific analysis from other residents will be presented. I hope you'll listen to them, if not to me, but I appreciate you listening.
Thank you. Ms. Lowen?
Hi. Yeah, given that the city is reassessing the fee structure for stormwater management, that stormwater is becoming an increasingly serious problem in our environment, affecting many residents, and that many of us believe the problem can be mitigated with initiatives already modeled within our county. I hope that the path we take forward will be data-driven. To date, the city's fees have been invested in public works projects, which are certainly part of the solution. However, the city has not addressed the potential for managing water on private land. Montgomery County not only provides leadership and guidance on stormwater retention on private land, it also offers a Rainscapes program for landscaping investments to help address the problem. Tacoma Park is one of 3 municipalities in Montgomery County that collects stormwater management fees. The other 2, Rockville and Gaithersburg, offer Rainscapes programs to residents modeled on the county program. Tacoma Park is the only jurisdiction in all of Montgomery County that has offered nothing, no rebates, no guidance to private property owners. There's a great deal we can do to help our downstream neighbors. I question whether our best interests are served in the current structure, and I believe that the city can do much better by, at the very least, following the lead of the county and supporting property owners in doing their part. Further, the degradation of our urban forest threatens the fragile, steep landscape in many parts of the city. And I look down the hillside where I live, and I imagine an Ellicott City type of landslide event could occur here. As little as 5 years ago, the thriving understory of seedlings that grew under the big oak trees that are now dying off awaited that opening in the sky, and now the deer have decimated that understory. With the loss of so many of those great old oaks to climate stresses and the ensuing beetle infestation, there are no young trees to replace them. we must effectively attend to our thinning urban forest for the air, the land, and the water, and the residents. And it's going to take a multi-pronged creative solution with everybody pitching in. And I think that continuing to address exclusively public land projects is simply not going to enable us to address this growing problem. And I would like to thank Daryl for joining a neighborhood conversation tomorrow evening to address the problem, and also Gina for joining Climate Action Coffee this morning. This is a hot topic, and let's work together on it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Blackstein.
Good evening. I'm David Blackstein. I live at 7016 Sycamore in Ward 3. First of all, I want to thank the city government for the proposal to make the stormwater fee more equitable and fairer. I think it's a way to focus in on what the real burdens are of urban runoff. And so I hope that the council will support the changing the fee structure to be something based on actual impervious surface as proposed. Secondly, I think there is some confusion between the issues of local flooding, flooded basements and things like that, which obviously are big issues for certain people who live in single family residence homes, with the larger issue of stormwater management, which is really an ecological issue and more of a regional scale issue. Stormwater, as it's discussed by professionals, generally relates to the polluted runoff that is going through coming from our homes and driveways, through the county, through the streets, through the storm system, and then being dumped into streams and creeks and other watersheds. And so I think that it's important just to recognize that the two things are related, but what a lot of people are concerned about is local flooding, and we need to have that landscape perspective. So I thank you for paying attention to the issue and for the proposal to make a system that is a potential deterrent and is a fairer and more equitable system.
Thank you, Mr. Blackstein. Next, we had Ms. Healy, but I don't see her yet. Am I correct?
Correct. I don't see her either.
Okay. She was also signed up for general public comment, so if she joins us, she can speak to stormwater then as well. But that closes out our public hearing now on the stormwater management fee. We will now move to public comments on our voting items this evening. We have one public comment on the resolution providing for appointments to the Task Force on Reimagining Public Safety, and that's Elizabeth Wallace. And Ms. Wallace, as you're coming on, you also signed up for general public comment. Do you want to just do both at the same time?
No, thanks. This one's really quick.
All right. Well, you're the last one, so you will.
Oh.
Anyway.
Okay, fine. Regarding the task force, a friend of mine sent me a list of who has been chosen without any information about the backgrounds or qualifications. I did my own Google search as best I could. I found that a lot of the people seem to be really qualified, and especially since you want to look at public safety at a broad perspective, like with housing and et cetera. So I think that was good, but what I couldn't figure out, honestly, was how many of them actually live in Tacoma Park. So I would like to be interested, because I think that it's really important that they are residents. I thought that was part of the original intent, and that's all I wanted to say.
Great. And so you're the last one on the list since Ms. Healy hasn't joined us, so you can do your general public comment now.
Well, I just want to make one thing on the stormwater. I just want to say that what Mr. Blockstein, Ms. Lowen, and Mr. Hubner said, I really support everything that they had just said. I did a little research myself trying to figure out how they came up with these graphs, and I was wondering if they used LSAT or if they use ArcGIS in order to figure this out. But something obviously, according to Mr. Hubner, is wrong with what they're doing. Once they get it right, I think the idea is good, but you might want to also turn it into an educational opportunity to teach the kids, like in the middle school, exactly how the LSAT works or the ArcGIS or any of that, and turn it into an environmental / civic duty kind of add in to their curriculum. That's that. And then this, how much time? Like 1:58. When I went to go on the website, and I honestly don't go on it much, I noticed a couple of things, and I only noticed, well, I noticed more than a couple of things, but I'll just mention two. One, I feel that the photo on the first page of the website is not engaging. So if you want, it's just the roof of the building, of the, what do you call it? City Hall. And it could be any roof, anywhere. It doesn't show anything about the culture of Tacoma Park, anything. So I would really suggest take a look at changing that to make it look more inviting, not just because we as residents would recognize the roof. Doesn't mean we have like a lot of emotional feeling toward the roof, but people who are visiting Tacoma Park or want to decide whether they want to live here, that we need to see something much more welcoming. And then I was just going around the website and I looked at other things that I never looked at before. And one was called World Class Arts. That's something that we're supposed to be known for. And the information on that page was all about an event that happened in fall of 2016. So I guess we are kind of 4 years behind in being a world-class art city. So I think it's really time to go through the entire website, update things, take out things that are really old, and make it look like we're actually paying attention to our city. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I just want to check with the city clerk to see if anybody who had signed up joined us.
No, there's no one else.
Okay, all right, seeing none then, we will then now move on to council comments. All right, first we have Councilmember Kovar.
Okay. Thank you. First, I do want to thank the people from Darwin Avenue and the one honorary non-Darwin resident also concerned about traffic. Darwin's a small street. There's only 10 residences on there, and I think maybe 7 people spoken, 2 others were signed up. So it's a pretty universal concern, and not to go deeply into it because I think all the residents did a good job, but there's, I think, several factors here. One is at the end of the street, which is a dead end, there's several amenities that attract people, and some have been improved in recent years, so more traffic is coming as a result. The dog park, the skating area, the park generally that's there. Secondly, there's a big curve in the road. And thirdly, there aren't any sidewalks. And so all those things together mean that you do get more people who maybe aren't from the neighborhood who come there. And I think a couple of speed bumps could really make a world of difference and keep it safe for pedestrians. Secondly, I hosted a discussion last night. It was kind of an intimate one, but it was a good discussion online for Ward 1 people to talk about the city manager search process and the characteristics and traits and experiences they want for that, and the things that they hope the new person will be able to focus on in the future. So I appreciate that, and hopefully there'll be time to do a few more of those, but it was very helpful, and thanks to those who did join me. A third thing is a lot of our neighborhood, and this is also true of, in particular, of Councilmember Costick's ward as well. We've had the long-running Pepco transmission line project, and we were on a call on Friday. I think the mayor was there and staff as well, and it was with several Pepco representatives just to talk about the status of the project. And the key point is that the phase involving major excavation has come to a close, and there's still a long way to go to finish it, probably another year's worth of work. But once the weather gets a little warmer, what they said was then they phase into the resurfacing in the areas where that's needed. And I will say for North Tacoma, while much of Tacoma Avenue has been resurfaced, there's a couple of spots along there that still need attention. I brought those to the attention of our staff and to Pepco. And even after, just to be clear, even after the excavation is done, or rather the resurfacing is done, the final phase of it involves putting in the actual cables. And what that will involve, just so people can understand, is there's something like 30 manholes that they've established from way down New Hampshire Avenue all the way up into Silver Spring. And so for a day or two or three at each of those manholes, they have to be involved in the cable pulling there. So it won't be extensive excavation, won't be major streets being closed, but there will be small, minor, less than block long, temporary one lane areas, and that will work its way along the route. And they're not expected to finish that until 2022. So after the resurfacing, there's still about another year of that somewhat less intrusive work to be done. And happy to answer questions about that, or refer people to Pepco if they want to contact me. And then I do just want to mention one other thing, and this relates to in some ways what the mayor said after the moment of silence that we had at the beginning of the meeting. And we heard from Elizabeth Wallace there, and she mentioned this to me. And the question is whether we could think about honoring those from our community who have passed away as a result of COVID through posting of some sort of light for each person who unfortunately died, or some other way of just honoring those within our community who have died. So I put it out there. I'm not sure what the best way to do it would be. I know we've certainly had moments of silence and other kinds of things. And so it's not as if we've ignored that, but it might be something that would be a benefit to the community. So I'll plant that idea and see where it goes. And thank you.
Great. Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the sad news tonight that another Ward 4 resident has been tested positive for COVID. One of our seniors here living in the neighborhood. I am concerned about this, that our seniors are not able to get the vaccine as quickly as we should be getting them. I know that Ms. Ludlow has talked about reaching out to the state and to the county to see if we can't be more aggressive in bringing vaccine to the neighborhoods and to the city, so that we can have some mass vaccinations here within the city limits. And I certainly know that my colleagues on the council have all received calls from residents asking, how can they get the vaccine? People want to be protected with the vaccine, and yet are unable to get signed up and registered to actually get the vaccine. There's very few people that I know that actually have been able to get in line. And so I'd just like to ask the city manager if there's anything that we can do to help to expedite that. I think that sometimes political pressure is an effective way of getting things done. And I know that that I would be willing to help in any way that I can, and I'm sure my colleagues on the council would be willing to, if you could just give us some direction on who we need to be leveraging. Thank you. And that's all.
Great, thank you. Councilman Devala.
Thank you. I've received those calls too. So if there is anything that we can do, let us know. I just wanted to say thank you to Roz and the planning staff for a very instructive and interesting and well-attended Bikeways meeting for the New Hampshire Bikeway last week. And there's a lot of information now online, including the slides from the meeting, the actual recording of the meeting if you missed it, and the maps, if you just like maps about where the bikeway will be and what the details of it are. And encourage anybody who is interested to check it out. It was a good meeting and thank you very much. That's it.
Great. Councilman Searcy.
Hey, good evening, everyone. We have a ton of surveys that are out there and I want to encourage people to complete them. So the rec center survey just went live. So it is available online. And again, we're asking for folks to tell us what they think in terms of the redevelopment of the rec center. So definitely want to encourage people to complete the survey. The deadline is March the 31st. There are also drop-off locations. So if you want to print the survey out and take it to either the police department or New Hampshire Towers Apartments or the Tacoma Overlook, there are drop boxes that are there. Real quick, want to remind folks again about the Feed the Fridge program that is currently at the rec center. There's a refrigerator there. We've been working with Medium Rare restaurant owner Mark Butcher. And so the design is that there is a refrigerator there. There are restaurants that provide food and that refrigerator is stocked daily. And so you can go and get a meal, no questions asked. So definitely want to encourage people, if you're in need, to drop by the rec center and see what's in the fridge, and you're welcome to take it. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other hands raised by council members. A couple of things. Let's see. I always have to cross things off my list because colleagues mentioned them already. So our VFW in Tacoma Park is 100 years old yesterday. So congratulations to them, and looking forward to when we can once again actually go and enjoy the VFW, hopefully as the nicer weather comes and our COVID rates stay down and we get those vaccines, as Councilmember Siemens was talking about, we can enjoy the backyard there again soon. I also want to let my colleagues know that the COG board, the Council of Governments board, established a task force looking at DC statehood, and COG taking a position on that. And I've been appointed to that task force. So I'll be working on those issues. The other news we got this week is that our Old Town Business Association received a Main Street grant. And the big news is, again, this is like a Main Street grant. So there are a number of Main Streets throughout, officially designated throughout the state of Maryland. Because of their terrific work and great grant writing, OTBA received the third largest grant for the state of Maryland. So this is terrific. And what it means is that they're going to be able to distribute to over 40 businesses grants in the size ranging from $1,000 to $9,000. So I just want to thank Laura Barkley, OTBA. I know Samira has been assisting them. It's a group effort, everyone, but it's really great that we're receiving that money in the city. The last thing is city manager search. Just kind of a quick update moving forward. The online survey is still live. As Councilwoman Searcy said, we have a lot of surveys going on right now. As a reminder, it's in English, Spanish, French, and Amharic. So please pass that around and people can fill that out. And we will be having the 2 stakeholder groups next week, one on March 3rd and one on March 4th. And we have over 300 responses to the survey so far. So keep pushing that out. I think that's all for me this week. I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you very much. Few comments this evening. I've been doing Black History Month items each week. This week I'm remembering Shirley Chisholm. As a kid, I thought she was very presidential. Was really excited about when she ran for president. And she had the best campaign buttons ever. And I still have mine, take the Chisholm Trail to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So anyway, cheering on Shirley Chisholm, and she's worth reading about. On COVID-related information, as Councilmember Siemens and others have mentioned, it's very frustrating we're not getting the vaccines to those who need them here in Tacoma Park. We're working very hard to connect with the county officials. I know the mayor has put an enormous amount of pressure on elected officials at the county level. We're looking at any way that we can particularly bring the vaccines to people as opposed to sending them to Six Flags or whatever. We've just got to move away from, in my view, move away from mass vaccination sites if we're trying to target those who most need those vaccines. So we're working to try to get individual buildings served with vaccination programs, because that's really the most effective way to meet the need. I am hopeful that the increased number of vaccine doses will help. I do also, for those who are able to use the various computer programs, note that there's new programs, new links on the state website. For those of us in government, one of the sites allows for continuity of government signs up and the other doesn't. They're both state sites, so you do have to look for those. It's very confusing, and it's not the right way to do it. Our staff is working really hard, though, to try to make the connections for Tacoma Park. I'm particularly concerned for our rec staff because schools are going to be reopening, and we need to do childcare, and most of our rec staff has not yet received the vaccine. We keep information current on our COVID-19 dashboard, and our wonderful public administration specialist is adding more and more interesting graphs and deep data dives to that dashboard. It's worth looking each week. I also have a report on eviction information. The Grace Wiggins of Tacoma Park, along with her colleagues in Rockville and Gaithersburg, recently met with Captain Robin Lewis of the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office to talk about evictions in Montgomery County. I've forwarded to the council, and we will post on the website with my city manager comments, a report, a PowerPoint presentation from Captain Lewis that talks about evictions. The information is about residential evictions that are not foreclosures. These are evictions for rental properties. And there have been very few evictions during this past year for where the issue of non-payment of rent is the primary issue. Right now, the courts are only hearing cases involving extreme landlord and tenant cases, not the standard failure to pay rent claims or tenant holding over claims. The backlog is approximately 14,000. The court is developing plans now to return by mid-March or early April. In the report, you'll note that one major point is that for the full calendar year of 2020 in Montgomery County, there were 3,022 eviction writs received by the Sheriff's Office. And of these, there were only 235 actual evictions. As part of the discussions with Captain Lewis and the 3 municipalities, they're going to continue to work closely to ensure that no one that is evicted for non-payment of rent, that we will work with them in the various municipalities closely, and getting very strong agreement to help from the Sheriff's Office, which is important. Also this week, Housing Manager Grace Wiggins and the staff of MUST are meeting one-on-one with residents of Hampshire Tower who have outstanding rent balances today and tomorrow. They're doing some special one-on-one meetings. Now I have a section called Turning the Page. Next week, we say goodbye to longtime Tacoma Park, Maryland Library Director, Ellen Arnold Robbins. Later in March, we're excited to welcome Jessica Jones to the Library Director position. After 47 years with the City of Tacoma Park Library, Ellen Robbins is retiring, and it's hard to imagine the library without her. Her quiet but strong presence has simultaneously kept things under control, but she also has excited children to the pleasures of reading. We will have various ways to say best wishes, and I encourage people to send an email with memories of Ellen to Karen McPherson. So it's Karen M at tacomaparkmd.gov. So please let folks know of their memories of working with Ellen. And then we will welcome Jessica Jones. Ms. Jones currently serves as branch manager of the Larry J. Ringer Library in the Bryan College Station Public Library System in Bryan, Texas. Prior to that, she was library director for the Northern New Mexico College Library in Española, New Mexico. She has a BA in History and American Studies from the University of Texas at San Antonio, and she has a Master of Science in Information Science, Library and Information Services from the University of Michigan. As a library director and manager, Jessica has experience and informed perspectives on library trends, technologies, and best practices. She's administered on-site and remote database access and evaluated, procured, and configured physical and virtual collections. And for library folks, that's really big deal. It's a little bit of jargon, but it's very serious. In meeting with her, we were so excited that her approaches to staffing, material selection, and programming feel to be an excellent fit for Tacoma Park. Jessica has also managed and directed through 2 major library construction projects. So she brings a real familiarity with what it takes to run a library even during the disruption of library construction. And so she'll be begin serving on March 29th. She'll be leading remotely until she moves to the area later in the spring. And we're really, really excited. She'll be a wonderful asset to Tacoma Park. And so we'll be sad to see Ellen go, but we'll be welcoming another Jessica to Tacoma Park. On a more serious note, there was a major switchover of the public safety radio system that was accomplished successfully in Montgomery County. About a year ago, Mother's Day, there was a big outage of that system. So it was really important that this switchover take place. It happened very well, smoothly as we switched from the old radio system to the new one on Tuesday morning. There was a lot of work and both before and after with our staff and with Montgomery County staff to make sure that it would work smoothly and that there was no safety lapses. As part of that upgrade in Montgomery County, the number of tower sites doubled from 11 to 22, which I know is controversial, but it does at least make the system work. There were numerous technical features added to the system so it works better. We're very glad. On a different subject, Adventist Healthcare has asked the Maryland Healthcare Commission to adjust its certificate of need for its urgent care center to go from 24-hour operation to an operation of 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And the city is being asked for its comments on that request and to have those comments to the Maryland Healthcare Commission by March 3rd. Consistent with the past discussions that the City Council has had on this, I'll be preparing a letter that explains our disappointment in the consistent removal of health services from Tacoma Park. And I'll describe the shabby appearance of the facilities in the urgent care center, which I personally recently was a patient at, and it was extremely discouraging to see the status of that room. I will express our desire to see Adventist Healthcare work with the city and the District 20 delegation to provide the better healthcare that the community needs, such as mental health services and greater primary care services. And clearly, the pandemic has shown that these services are needed. I'll pass that around to the council to make sure it meets everybody's concerns. And yes, Cindy? Councilmember Duvall?
Yes, thank you. I'm not seeing my raise hand function tonight for some reason. I wonder if you can ask for data on the use of the facility, because it's what I've heard is that when it is used is at night. And so that if that's true, that would be a very important thing to emphasize. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I have the data that was submitted to the Maryland Healthcare Commission. It does show that there's not as many people in the wee hours of the night, but it also is important to note that since the urgent care, you do need to have insurance or pay for your care at an urgent care, you need to be able to attract paying customers, and it is not something that's an attractive location at this time. The final thing I'd like to note is our staff in working with all of the different kinds of COVID services and other outreach for rent and police activities come across and become involved in a number of families' lives. And I just wanted to note 2 deaths that have happened in February of people that others may know. One is Alec Frazier. He was a resident of Tacoma Park, and he was a nationally known advocate for disability rights. He was autistic, and he used his platform as a public speaker, lobbyist, and author to promote disability-related issues. And we had the death of Amelia Randall, who was a tenant of Hampshire Towers. She was the executive director of RIGC Training, an application training company designed to assist first-time users with no knowledge about computer applications. She was also an avid tennis player and developed several relationships through tennis in Tacoma Park. And so wanted to keep those people in our prayers and their families in our prayers. Thank you.
Thank you for those updates. We'll turn now to our voting session. Our first item tonight is a resolution providing for appointments to the Task Force on Reimagining Public Safety. I will turn it over to my colleague, Councilman Searcy, and we're also joined by Jamal Holtz, who has been helping us a great deal through this process. Ms. Searcy?
Great. Well, thank you all very much. I'm excited to provide the recommendations for the Public Safety Task Force that our subcommittee derived. Just as a quick reminder for folks, we were considering a number of factors. We had nearly 40 candidates to apply, and we were trying to cover a number of aspects. The spirit of our resolution to make sure that we were prioritizing Black and Brown residents, making sure that there was knowledge or expertise on the task force as it related to not just policing and the law, but also as it relates to other social factors when we're thinking about alternative methods for addressing public safety, which includes mental health and social service provision. We also were really trying to make sure that the group was diverse in terms of age. We wanted to make sure that we had young people, older people. Also, a big piece was also making sure that we could identify people who would have not only a connection with the community because they live here, but a connection to the community through some of the organizations that they may be a part of as well. So the recommended task force names that you all have had an opportunity to review are the subcommittee's thoughts about the most diverse kind of blend of people. We wanted to make sure that we had representation across all of the wards, and so there are representatives from all of the wards. We have a very diverse group in terms of age. The age ranges from 19 to 65 in terms of the recommended group. This is one of our, maybe it's the first, I'm not sure, but a majority minority committee or task force. So 13 out of the 15 names that you have before you are people who self-identify as a person of color, Black, Hispanic, Asian, Palestinian, Arab. So it's a very diverse group. We have renters represented as well as homeowners. We also have people who have very specific expertise in their professional lives. They're doing this in their personal time, but we definitely took their professional experience into account. There are people who are from the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. That's where they work during the day. Impact Silver Spring, Latino Economic Development Center. There's people who are teachers, principals. There was someone there from DC Public Schools. We have parents. We have a rep from the NAACP Parents Council, so it represents Piney Branch. We also have someone from the U.S. Attorney's Office, who, that's his day job, he's doing this on the side, who is a Ward 6 resident. I know that there was a question during the comments about whether or not these people live here. And they do, they do. And this is the case in point of when you ask for people to participate in a task force, that means where they have a personal connection, they step up. And then you really start to see the level of expertise that we have here in the city. And so I'm excited and happy to answer any questions that folks might have in terms of the task force recommendations, things that were considered, as well as next steps. And definitely Jamal is here and has been working nonstop with helping with establishing scoring criteria and rubrics and all of that. So definitely happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
And if, Councilmember, if I can make one added point to your statement.
Please
I
do.
do want to add that the entire process, as coming in as we're a community engagement firm, we wanted to ensure that the entire process was community focused. Before we started reading applications and really selecting folks, we took all of the feedback we heard from community to inform who we were going to select. So Link, we spent a month doing stakeholder audits and talking to you all, talking to people in the community and asking the question, who do you want to see on the task force? What do you want the task force to reflect? What do you think some folks that we should engage throughout the task force? And we wanted to ensure that all of that feedback we heard in our conversations with you all for the past month was informed into the final task force members, in addition to what was called for in the in the resolution. So truly wanted to make it a community engaged process and the community informed process along the way.
Thank you, Jamal. Yes, and so they took all of that feedback and helped with developing the criteria, the weighting criteria, and the rubric that colleagues, the mayor and Councilmember Siemens and myself, along with the city manager and deputy city manager, used in terms of scoring. Final recommendations were made by the mayor, Councilmember Siemens, and myself. So, Mayor, I'm not sure of the process. I always lose track when I start running my mouth. I'm happy to answer any questions that folks might have.
I just, at this point, I see Councilmember Smith has his hand up, so maybe we'll answer Councilmember Smith or listen to his comment, and then I will ask for someone to move the resolution. Councilmember Smith, would you like to ask your question or provide your comment?
So my question is, if a council member wants to change whom is representing their ward, is that possible? Because I do have my own recommendation. David Borden, who's worked in the drug advocacy, policy, space for many, many years. He even drafted the Justice Roundtable's recommendations for the Biden administration. So I think that he would be an excellent addition for Ward 5 in this task force.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. I think the best way to do that would be we would move the resolution, second it, and then you can propose an amendment. I think is probably the cleanest way to do that. Councilman Dabala, did you have a question?
Yes, I have a question. So there's criteria that were laid out. And I personally, I think representation by ward would be lower on my list. I respect the council member's right to request a switch, but I didn't hear that ward was one of the criteria. So I'm just asking for you to either repeat or clarify the criteria that were used to select. That's actually my actual question. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Terry.
So we looked at a number of things, and ward was something that was considered, but I will say that it was something that we took into account after scoring on other factors. So one factor was residency. So we wanted to prioritize those people who lived in the city. The other was their statement and how they communicated their desire to be a part of the task force. Another component related to their either their professional expertise or their group affiliation. So how would they be at either bringing some technical knowledge about not just policing and drug law, but also as it relates to mental health, social services, those kinds of things. We also took into account and weighted diversity and inclusivity. So we looked at their connection to Black and Brown members of the community who might be negatively impacted as a result of current laws and racism in the city. So we took all of those things into account. And then we also took into account the overall composition of the task force. So one of the things that we found, which is a good problem, I'm not complaining, but we had people who had similar expertise in certain areas. So maybe we had a number of people who had education experience. Either they were principals, teachers, as well as residents. And so we had to narrow that group down. We might have also had a number of people who had legal backgrounds. So they were either defense attorneys or prosecutors or very familiar and have spent a lot of their time working on the legal aspects of law enforcement. And so we had a certain number of people that fit that bill, and we had to account for them. And then we also wanted to make sure that we had people who could deal with social service or mental health. So we were trying to look at people who maybe had public health backgrounds and the like. Another thing that we considered where there was quite a few people who talked about their experience in terms of research and data analysis. So we tried to cull that as well because we thought that might be something that would be helpful and serve the team well. So we took all of those different factors into consideration in terms of the ultimate composition. In addition to the wards, we wanted to make sure that there was at least a person from each ward to make sure every ward was represented. But that was something that we took into account after doing the scoring and after kind of identifying who we thought the top 5 would be, and in considering all of the ways in which we want to have a balanced group with the various perspectives available. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you very much for clarifying, for expanding, I guess. That was great.
And just to add, one of the things that Councilwoman Searcy, to what Councilman Searcy said, one of the things that, we were lucky, we had so many great people apply that one of the things that we were particularly interested in, and when Jessica, the deputy city manager, sent emails to folks letting them know who was coming before council this evening, we made sure to let folks know that we want them, even if they applied and their names not put forward to be on the task force, to be involved in the process. So for example, As we said, there are people who have expertise in specific areas who, we may, and Jamal, you can expand on this, may come and speak to the task force or may be involved in different ways with the task force. So, weighing each of the individuals as well as a group, how things were coming together, and then realizing we do have such an, amazing array of people who expressed interest to make sure that they are still part of this process, if not appointed to the actual task force.
And that was one of my questions for later. So thank you for answering it before I got a chance to ask it. It's great to have such a wealth of choice.
If I may get some time, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you. No, and I 100% agree with that. And I think one of the things that it was hard. It was a hard process, and we wanted to have a hybrid approach where we were looking at the data, but also looking at the conversations and looking at the community feedback. But one of the things I do want to ensure in this conversation that we understand is we weren't able to get everyone on the task force, and we understand that. But the process for us engaging those folks doesn't end. So folks who may not have been proposed today, we're still proposing to have them be community ambassadors and helping us think through ways that we can continue engaging community to get feedback, right? How can we continue? And we're still continuously doing stakeholder audits where we're talking one-on-one with people in the community to get their feedback. So there's many ways and many entry points for folks to bring in feedback and to be a part of the process. And as the mayor mentioned earlier, a few minutes ago, is that even throughout, as we're facilitating dialogues and conversations over the next few months, we want to bring more people into the task force to talk to them, right? Like so as many entry points as possible, we're going to ensure that we're getting the feedback of folks who definitely want to have a voice in this process.
Great. Councilmember Kovar.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the information from those who presented. I just had a couple of comments and one question. I think the group looks appropriately diverse and fills the various kinds of expertise and affiliations that we were looking for and that we called out in the resolution. So I think that's positive. And I do appreciate the comments from Mr. Holtz and my colleagues that those who weren't chosen will still be able to play a role. In terms of the wards, I mean, this is one where I think Ward 1 will not have too many, and I think that's fine, because I think when I've thought about the purpose of this task force, and the essence of it to me is hearing from people in some of the other parts of the community more maybe than we have in a lot of cases in the past. And so I think that's valuable. One area that I just wanted to ask about, and maybe Councilmember Searcy could talk about this just a little bit, we touched on it in an earlier conversation. I think it's difficult to get, we have some young people, including some in the 20s and one who's 19. I think it's hard to get much younger than that to be involved in something that has long-term and repeated responsibilities, which this task force does. But and I think this would probably depend on the task force's own interest, but is it conceivable that they could structure some opportunities for youth in the city to, in effect, appear at a given hearing or outreach session or something of that nature, so that we can be sure that your younger people than those who are participating in the task force will have an opportunity to offer their input?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Kovar. The answer is yes. So we also, when we were selecting people to recommend, there were a couple of people who mentioned their connection with the youth, and that was one of the reasons why, there were a few more people that were in the education sphere, because we thought that they may be also not just from the perspective of understanding public safety as it pertains to schools, but also understanding how ways in which we may be able to engage, or the task force may be able to engage the youth should they choose to do so. So yes, I think there are opportunities for that. Jamal, correct me if I'm wrong, but did we include some earlier stakeholder conversations, for example, with the youth council?
Yep, we had some stakeholder one-on-one conversations with folks on the youth council. And then we're planning on doing further conversations with folks who work in the schools to connect us with young people in the school system.
Yes.
Thank
So
you.
we are figure out ways to do that.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. So I think if there are no other comments or general questions, the best way to move forward is to ask someone to move the resolution, second it, and then Councilmember Smith can offer his amendment. So do I have someone to move the resolution? Councilman Searcy, do I have a second? Councilmember Siemens, Councilmember Siemens, second. Okay. Councilmember Smith, do you want to move an amendment?
Yes, my amendment is to add David Borden as a member of the task force representing Ward 5. So it would be David and Emil as the representatives of the ward.
So would you be removing someone from the list?
Yes, Sawa.
Okay. Do I have a second for that amendment? All right, not seeing a second. I just want to make sure because I know some people couldn't raise their hands before. We will move on. Are there any other amendments? All right, not seeing any. Will the clerk call the vote? Oh, any other discussion items? Sorry. All right, not seeing anybody's hands or anything. Will the clerk call the vote?
Councilmember Kovar,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Costick,
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Searcy,
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. Great. Thank you very much. And Jamal, I know you all are going to be sending us some updates and the dates for the task force and more information. And I know Councilman Searcy and Siemens and I will continue to meet with you and keep the council updated as the task force moves forward. But this is a big step forward. And I just want to thank you very much and all of your colleagues who've been working on this. I know we had originally thought we would name the task force a while ago, but I am very glad that we waited and that you all suggested a really good process and a thoughtful one that we went through over the past month and a half. So thank you very much.
No, looking forward to it. Thank you. Let's reimagine public safety in the city of Tacoma Park.
Yeah, absolutely. Great. Have a nice
Thanks so
evening. Our next voting item is a first reading ordinance approving the FY 2021 budget amendment number 4. I believe there's just one change we made, excuse me, I'm going to sneeze, to the, excuse me, to the ordinance that we discussed last week to make sure that the city staff have the direction of council and the flexibility to prioritize families who would be receiving scholarships and assistance to fill the slots that we would have available for childcare. And I think that was the only change, but I'll turn it over to the city manager if she has any other comments.
Yes, that was the only change for the ordinance. At last week's work session, there was a request to include information about the change in the budget for elections. And I just wanted to make a statement that we don't need to do a budget amendment for elections specifically because of the way that the different account lines attribute costs for elections and costs for the interns in the city clerk's office for elections. The city's account line that includes elections was budgeted for $57,375. The city spent $62,899, but there was adequate funds in that line, in that larger line for that election change, cost change. The city's city clerk's office election interns had spent slightly less than the budget amount for that. Overall, we will be keeping very close tab on the cost of the budget, on the budget for the elections, so that as the council decides how to proceed in the future with mail ballots and those kinds of things, you've got correct information about the cost of those various steps. So it doesn't need to be included in this budget amendment, but I did want to clarify that we're keeping track of those changes.
Great.
Thank you very much for, I'm the person that asked that question. Thank you very much for addressing that.
Great. Councilmember Kovar has his hand up.
And then I have a question also.
Do you want to go first or? Okay. No, I just wanted, if the city manager wouldn't mind just clarifying the net impact on the general fund, but then also separately on the speed camera program, and just sort of explain how those do and don't interact with each other, et cetera.
Sure. So with all of these steps that are included in this budget amendment, there would be a net decrease of the general fund balance of $152,183.95. That's primarily because of the decrease in revenue from recreation programs. The speed camera fund balance would have a net decrease of $216,000. That we have finding we're getting less revenue from the speed cameras at this time, but we've also lowered some of the expenditures that were planned from that fund. So the net decrease is $216,000. They are separate funds, so they don't interact, and that's why we keep them separately on these sheets.
So with the general fund, if there's a 152,000 plus the other numbers, that is absorbed by the unallocated reserves that are
That's
in the
right.
budget, right? But
That's
so
right.
in the case of the speed camera funding, since that's a self-contained thing,
It also has a reserve. It's
Okay.
just less. Yes.
But so you mentioned that some activities were reduced as well. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, there were some expenditures that we had anticipated making out of the speed camera fund that we do not need to do this year because of the pandemic. So we reduced the expected expenditure number in the budget.
But that relates to traffic enforcement or speed?
Yes, equipment and that kind of thing.
Thank you.
Sure.
Great. Councilman Zavala, did you have a question?
Yes, so I just want to clarify, there is the additional statement about the recreation department, but there's not, if I'm reading this correctly, there's not any money set aside in this budget amendment to do that.
In terms of the scholarships?
Yes.
We are able to handle that for this. We've accommodated that as we looked at our plans.
Great, right. There's, so just in case anyone who's listening is confused, there's not an additional dollar amount added in here. Thank you.
That's correct. There's not a change. I will say that if people want to make contributions to help the scholarship fund for the rec department, we'll be getting out some word that they can do so. And that's something that we're going to be watching very carefully because we really do want to make sure that people can get the care they need.
Great. Any other, Councilman Costick.
Yeah, just looking ahead specifically on that issue. I understand why we're talking about it in the sense of scholarship, but I actually think we might want to sort of rethink exactly how we frame that and make sure that it's reaching people in the best way. So it's not, so people know, I guess, from the start that they don't have to be concerned about whether they're going to receive a scholarship and kind of those details. So just want to think through how we're communicating that.
Fortunately, most of the people who this would apply to have been working with the rec department before, so they're on our normal communication list, and we've been talking with them for some time, and we will make it very clear that we want them there. And it's not, they don't have to ask for something special. In fact, we're not even having some of the same kind of triggers for scholarships that we've had in the past. which were very easy in the first place, but we're making it easier for people at this hard time.
Great. Anything else? All right, not seeing anything. I don't think we move this. Does someone want to move the first reading ordinance approving FY 2021 budget amendment number 4? Councilmember Siemens, do I have a second? Councilman Costick? Any other questions or anything? Not seeing anything. Will the clerk call the roll?
There we go. Councilmember Kovar,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Costick,
Yes.
Councilmember Siemens,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith, Councilmember Searcy,
Aye.
Mayor Stewart.
Yes. Great. We will move on now to our work sessions. The first one is closing the loop on our discussion of council priorities. So I think I'm going to see if I have the right documents up here, share my screen. Oh, if the city clerk could enable me to share my screen, I'd appreciate it.
You should be fine now. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Let's make sure I have the correct document. All right. I have so many versions of this document. Let's hope I open the right one. All right. I just want to say thank you to everyone and all the hard work that's gone into our priorities this year. I think it's really, and thank the staff as well for their input and everything. I will make this a little bigger. And so we have 3 things to go through tonight. One is to finalize our bigger document on our 2021-2022 priorities. We're very close. Since our last council meeting last week, we just cleaned up some of the language here. Anything that was not a substantive change, we made to the document and didn't want to spend time. And so we will just be reviewing tonight substantive changes. After we agree to this document, we can look at the Google Doc where we'll each select our top 5 goals. And those are the top 5 goals that will then go into our resolution adopting the priorities document and our top 5 priorities for this year. And so we'll go through this, the Google Doc, and then our resolution. So stop me because I can't see your hands and can't see everybody. Wave furiously if you want me to stop. But basically where we are is, just to recap, is updating on the priorities that we had before. Thanks to the excellent suggestion by Councilman Searcy, we added mitigating the impact of COVID-19 on the community. That had 3 goals underneath it. None of those have substantially changed since our last discussion last week. We have a livable community for all is our second overall priority. Our fiscal sustainable government, environmentally sustainable community, engaged, responsive, service-oriented government, and community development for an improved and equitable quality of life. None of the overarching priorities or the goals underneath them did we have suggestions from our last meeting for any substantive changes. Just making sure everybody is cool with that before we move on. So seeing heads nod, thumbs up, we'll move on. Under mitigate the impact of COVID-19, need to add that. See, I knew I was going to find some stuff to the overarching goals on the page ahead before. I will clean that up. This will go through a good scrub that somebody else should look at, not me, afterwards. But pretty much our COVID-19, our strategies under that, the goals and everything. Again, no big changes from our conversation last week. So unless somebody has something to raise now, we will move on to our second overarching. Yeah.
Just a quick thing. I noticed, I'm not going to bother mentioning now, there's a handful just scattered throughout of really just like minor typographical errors and things like that. Can I just send those separately?
Somebody else is, I'm going to ask
Yeah.
somebody else, maybe somebody on the city staff who is a good proofreader, to just like scrub this document, because I
Great.
feel like I'm really way too close to it right now. So, and every time I read it, I catch something small. So yeah, I think we can change, put those in. Under a livable community for all, under strategies, one of the suggestions was to take out the reference to in 2021 here. I just made a note of it because I do know there were some council members in one iteration we had suggested actually calling out what was specific to this calendar year, the document overall. We say our priorities and goals for 2021, 2022. So just, that is a discussion point. Do we want to keep in the reference to 2021 or take it out?
So for me, I think I was the one that might have said take it out because we weren't consistent in calling out throughout the document, throughout the strategies, what's the 2021 versus the 2022. I also think that it makes sense for us not to, this is already a really short time frame and a whole lot of stuff. And allow our prioritization of the goals to kind of dictate what should come first, so to speak. So I err more on the side of not saying the in 2021. I think it's just added language, and quite frankly, I question whether or not we set ourselves up for failure by putting a time stamp on something that we can't guarantee.
I was someone who had thought about keeping 2021 there, but after further consideration, I think it makes sense to drop it also. I would say that the document overall is meant to be an expression of all of our priorities, with a recognition that some will get done more quickly than others. Some may be on there for well past this 2-year council session, if I can put it that way. And so if we're going to be then later this evening saying, and here are the 5 or 6 things, whatever the number is, that we're really going to emphasize, and it could include some of these things, but maybe not all, I'm fine. And I'm changing what I said before, which was to keep it, I'm fine dropping the 2021 reference.
Okay. Everyone good with that? All right, so we will, sorry, let's just make a note, drop the 2021 reference. Cool. Moving down then.
Mayor, I have one other point just in this section. The last bullet point, this is circle, and then the next bullet point, that's a dot, to use technical term. They seem like sort of the same thing. It says review the staffing and other resources to carry out this work. And then if you go down, it says review staffing levels necessary to implement the.
This was supposed to be deleted, I think.
Okay.
Sorry, apologies.
Then that's good.
I think there was a suggestion, and that is my error, to combine what was another bullet with that sub bullet. Yeah, because you'll see the next one is review staffing levels necessary to implement exam. Yes. Something weird was happening with my computer the other day when I was accepting changes, just so you know. It was like weird spacing things. I don't know. We're going in. All right. So this is actually, this next section is actually the one I think that has changed more over the last couple of weeks. This is under the goal of identifying programming needs, the strategies. We had some language that we got real super specific. Staff pulled us back a little bit. And then last week we were like, we want somewhere in the middle. So Councilmember Kovar took the first stab at drafting some language for these 3 bullets. And one of the things, I think the first one, it was very similar to what we had last week. The last one, I think there was a sense from the council that even though there may be other options or things like that, given how much we've discussed a potential community ambassador program or some type of pilot, there was a feeling that we wanted to name it in this document. So that was put back in. And then the place I think where we were still working was that second bullet. Though if people have changes to the first and third bullet, we can go back to that. What we have now is Councilman Searcy and Costick suggesting some edits. So it reads, improve equitable access to programming and services, using innovative strategies and technology to reach residents that rarely engage with the city, including residents of color and renters, such as exploring ways to fill gaps in access to technology and library services. So we okay with that?
That was not my language. That was Councilmember Costick's language, and I like it. I think it's, yeah, I just asked the vague question of, it felt duplicative of what we have later in the document, but I think the language that Councilmember Costick has added makes this particular item more related to the programming itself and less about, communication. So I like this added language.
Cool. All right. So then are we overall globally good with these 3 bullets? All right. So then I'm going to move on. I'm just going to make myself a note here. All right. One other thing that was added that I just wanted to, this one I just didn't feel like I could accept. It seemed more than wording changes, was just under the sanctuary city and maintaining our commitment to being a welcome and inclusive community. Under desired outcomes, we had remain a welcoming and strong sanctuary city and grow access to programming and information to meet the needs of immigrants and refugees. I think we have it in the strategies. Oh, Councilwoman Costick, you added this, but I wanted to just raise this for people so people saw it. So
Yeah, I was just going to note that I added this because I felt like based on the updated strategies, just having the desired outcome of remaining a welcoming and strong sanctuary city didn't seem to encompass the breadth of what we really wanted to accomplish here.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Good, so folks go with that. All right. Then moving down, the other place was a suggestion under the goal of exploring ways to provide property tax adjustments to residents in need. One of the strategies that had been added was promote economic development to increase the tax base. We talked about this last week, and it was suggested that we go back to our strategic plan and look at the language that we have there. I did go back and look through the strategic plan, and that doesn't mean we can't add it here, but just wanted to let you know, in the strategic plan, we didn't have language that was similar to this in terms of promoting economic development to increase the tax base. So there wasn't something to easily.
Could I point out one thing on that?
Mm-hmm.
So in the strategic plan, under the economic development goal, which is one of the 2 main goals, it does say something like it, which is ensure that all may benefit from economic well-being, a high quality of life, and a stable tax base. And so I think the implication is that we're wanting to expand that. Whether we said it precisely, I don't know, but I sort of feel like that concept runs through a number of the other components of the plan. And in fact, there's even some reference to where we talk about increasing the property tax for abandoned homes. There's some reference to what that may lead to. So I don't know. It's I feel like it flows implicitly from that economic development goal, whether we use the exact words.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it could too. I wanted to, the request was to go back to the strategic plan and either we take this language or instead of say increase, stable, or whatever, but there wasn't any other language that talked about, I think, unless I missed something else. Councilman Costick?
And I might be open to some different wording, but it makes me uncomfortable to add this without some additional context, not because I don't think this is something we need to do, but because I feel like the Housing and Economic Strategic Plan really gets kind of nuanced, and it has those sort of 3 Ps, the protect, preserve, and produce, or whatever the last one is, but promote, something like that. But I think it kind of wraps up how we want to promote economic development. And I just worry a little bit that this could read as like, you know, we want to go crazy economic development at all costs. We don't care what the impact is on the community. And we are happy to promote, you know, luxury development, you know, at the expense of affordable housing. And I know that's not what we mean, but I just worry that it could be read that way. So I just want to make sure that it's something that we keep some of that nuance as we talk about this and as we think about that.
Well, what if we said consistent with the strategic plan? And then that would, in theory, capture all those nuances.
Does that work for folks? I feel more comfortable with that. I like that, having that context and referring back to the strategic plan.
I do like that better. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to move on. I think we're good. We're going to add that. And then the other thing I just highlighted was, there was a recommendation from staff as well as Councilmember Kovar. We're going to keep in the adopt sustainable investment and banking policy and practices, but understanding the need to consider the required staff to do that research and financial cost to implement. This is how we've talked about it lately, but we haven't spelled it out in the document. So I see a thumbs up, so we'll just add that. Now we're getting close to the bottom. There was another on the goal of improved policies and processes to enhance resident interaction with city government, including requests for government services, complaint systems, and code enforcement. Some folks, including Councilman Searcy, noted that the desired outcome was just improved and equitable processes, and like, what does that actually mean? So I did go back because through different iterations of and what we actually had earlier, and I think through edits and moving things around, it got shortened, but instead proposing to say something along the lines, improved and more equitable policies and processes related to city service, or that should be services, such as traffic calming, sidewalk requests, maintenance and repair, and other city services. So it's linking it back to what the goal is and the strategies here. That work for folks? Okay. Great. And then I actually think that might be the last one, because this 2021 is the same as before. And I imagine same reasoning, take out here as we said earlier in the housing plan, just to be consistent.
There's one other thing at the very end of that section. You were just in there. Oh,
did I skip something?
There are 4 bullet points there. Oh, you went past it, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
At the bottom of that page. And right there, yeah. So the one at the bottom of that page, attracting businesses to Tacoma Park and facilitate the growth of existing businesses, particularly those that help meet workforce development and local ownership. And the quote in the, I'm not sure what it means to say meet workforce development and local ownership. It should have the word goals there. That's a direct quote from the from the strategic plan. It said and other goals, but I think in this case, we just
Yep.
want to say goals. So
Yep.
that's small, but
Thank you.
that's all I have to say.
Yep, that's perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, that's great. So I'm gonna say we're good with this document, though folks can read over again before we pass the resolution next week. Now, the next thing to go to, if
Can I just jump in for 1 second?
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you to the mayor for wrangling all of our, our comments and versions and everything else. I know it was a huge job, so thank you.
Well, thank you all. I think I'm really proud of this document. I think it's, and the work that it has gone into prior priorities documents and meeting those. And so thank you to everybody for your patience on this. Okay, so the next thing we were going to do is I'm going to try and find the Google Doc, and I can call that up if I can find things on my computer. Okay, sorry. Did everyone have the opportunity to fill out their priorities on the Google Doc? Okay, some reason I clicked myself out of it. Let me just get back into it.
And I might have, I might move things around a little if I had a better understanding of what.
Yes, the way the resolution, and we can change this and people can have the opportunity to move things around. The way that we have done this in the past and that the resolution talks about is that the council has indicated the following priorities should be focused on and emphasized in the upcoming fiscal year. So these are the things that and I take that honestly to mean not just budgetary, but as we're thinking about agenda items, how to prioritize our time, how we want staff to prioritize their time. So that's how I've interpreted this. If we want to change that, we can, but that's how we've talked about it in the, and usually since we pass this usually in March, as Councilwoman Searcy had pointed, the calendar year is going to go by really fast. And so we've tended to talk about the fiscal year.
And one reason I bring it up is because when we look at the sneak preview here, when we look at the stars, a lot of us voted for hiring a city manager, which in theory will be well underway before we hit the new fiscal year. That's what
I think that for me, the way this was worded was also onboarding, which will take a while. I mean, we'll have a new city manager this summer. Again, we don't necessarily know how we're scheduled now to do our interviews in May. If our top candidate needs to do something, they may not actually start till later in the summer. Onboarding someone at this type of position, and again, depending on who we hire, could take well into, I think. So that's why I picked it, because I see that not just as something that's going to take us through like September, October, but will actually take us through. Because I don't think you actually are fully on board until you actually go through this process with us and go through a budget. And then So does that make sense? Do people want any other further clarification on? Okay, so seeing that.
I'll just mention that I did want to change one of mine, but it comes a little bit later on. So when we get there, I'll explain it, I guess.
All right, well, why don't you tell me which one it is? Because I was counting up.
Okay.
Is it taking out one of these, this one?
No, it's later on in the document.
Okay, so I would say it looks like providing assistance to residents under COVID receives 6 stars. So that will be among one of our top priorities. Ensuring a range of safe, high quality, affordable, and stable housing options gets 4. Moving down, I see a lot of 1s, and then the next one, hire and onboard a new city manager, gets 5. And then reimagining public safety gets 5. And then that was pretty much it. So we could say 1, 2, 3, those 4 I mentioned, because everything else either gets 2 or 1 stars. So we can say the priorities are ensuring residents assistance during COVID, the hiring and onboarding of a new city manager, the reimagining public safety, and our housing goals. So we have 4 core goals going into our fiscal year. Yeah, Councilwoman Damala.
Yeah, I would, I also was, as I mentioned, I might switch my stars, but it would still be within the 2s and 1s.
Yeah.
I would like to say that climate change is the other emergency. And I don't feel comfortable with the idea that it would be not one of our top 5 priorities. I agree with the 4. I voted for the 4, but I want to make a pitch for making a 5th, which is the climate action. This is the time that we need to do something. This is the time in terms of the opportunity with the county in particular. And it will take staff time. It will take council time to focus in the next year and quarter. We're almost to the end of this year. In the next year or so, putting it off another year, having it not be one of our top priorities, will just delay the inevitable. And I'm not comfortable. I think it's very important that we acknowledge that. Yeah.
And I want to be clear, when I put my stars here, I think all of these things are important. I don't see us delay. I would not say my not voting a star next to the climate did not mean I want to delay it at all. I see the onboarding. I just put my stars next to, the onboarding and hiring of a new city manager, the COVID-19 response. But it doesn't mean that I don't also think it's a big priority for us. And I never said ever would ever say I wanted to necessarily delay that. I do think, though, it is important that we prioritize things.
And just to be clear, the one I would have switched, and again, it's in the ones and twos also, but I would add my star into climate change mitigation and take it away from the improving communication and outreach one. Not that I think that's not important either, but I think we're making progress on that with the way we're doing outreach on the rec center and the way we've developed the task force. And so again, that, as my colleague mentioned, that only moves from one that has one to another into two, but the one that talks about
I'm missing it.
yeah, let me find it.
Oh, it's under engaged. Okay.
Improves that one there, yeah, and shift it into climate. That was the one what I was proposing to do.
Sorry.
Well, you're trying to figure out that. I would suggest that we consider adding a fifth priority, since it so neatly works out that we agree on 4. I would propose well, we can't amend it if we haven't moved the resolution yet, but I would propose that we think about adding a 5th one. And because if it's not specifically called out as a short-term priority, we all know that it will by default not receive as much attention as we would like it to, despite our best intentions.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Yeah, Councilman Searcy.
Well, I have a comment, but it's not related to that point. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just looking at where that we have other things. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so for me, when I was going through priorities, I was also thinking realistically in terms of staff that we have, staff capacity, as well as what makes the most feasible sense for implementation given the challenges that lie before us and what's the most critical. And for me, I kind of felt like all of the COVID related things relate to one another and are important. You can't help residents meet their needs if our staff are not able to get back to work in a safe environment when we're opening back up, right? You can't ignore your businesses during a pandemic because that then might lead to more people in your community being out of work and therefore needing more support. So, you know, for me, I really felt strongly that the 3 areas of COVID are priority for us until it's no longer a priority. So I struggled a little bit with saying that anything that's in that mitigate COVID box is not important or should not be a priority for us, given that some of the other factors that we have listed as priorities are not necessarily matters of life and death, right? These are. So, you know, so I would argue, and I don't know about the best way, because I know that we are prioritizing based on the actual goals within a group versus, you know, prioritizing an actual priority. But I would urge folks to kind of really think more holistically about our COVID response, because whether we think it's important or not, staff have to do it. We need them to do it. And quite frankly, to be honest, some of the other activities that we have noted or strategies and goals could wait. So I would argue for prioritizing all of the COVID related things. And I do want to echo the point of the onboarding aspect of a new city manager. So you have a pandemic going on, you have staff that's still remote, you have businesses and residents that are struggling, and then you have a whole new manager in the middle of all of this that you're hoping you're going to be able to get them in the middle of 2020, but that might not happen, right? You might be looking more in the fall. And so, you know, for me, it was, okay, COVID is priority. getting the city manager in and getting them onboarded is another priority. And if we could come out of this public safety task force with some actionable recommendations, well, when, I'm going to speak it into existence, when we have the public safety task force recommendations, those will likely be substantial, right? And it'll be a lot of work to figure out how we want to address them. So I guess the question I have for the group is, how were people prioritizing the various aspects of COVID? Because I really see them all as one major piece that should be at the forefront of staff's time and at the forefront of how we're allocating money, which means to me it should be, every aspect should be a priority. So it would be, I'll kind of shut up and see if folks had any thoughts about that.
Great, thank you. I struggled with that one too, Councilwoman Searcy, I gotta say. Councilwoman Costick?
Yeah, I think I approached the starring in a similar way. Councilmember Searcy, I used all three of my 5 stars on these first 3 here, just because they feel like they are so immediate and critical. And I struggled a little bit with the first one because I feel like that is a little more of a staff priority than a council priority, and super, super essential, but maybe not something that will be taking up large amounts of council time, but is something council needs to be aware of as we ask staff to work on things. I absolutely hear your concerns, Councilmember Dabala, and I think we need to move forward on climate change. I think we have a great start, and it's been slowed down a little bit by the pandemic. I mean, when I was going through this, I was really thinking, like, what is absolutely most critical we need to do? And to me, it was these 3, the city manager and the public safety task force recommendations, and moving on those, like, most immediate, timely. But I see a lot of the other things on this list is happening concurrently with those, and also moving forward. And one of the things that didn't get a lot of stars here that I do think we really need to do as well is support the small businesses. And that's not something that would be included in our other ones that we've kind of starred as the top items. So I don't know if, I mean, maybe if we want to, I think it sort of dilutes things if we start to have like a top 4 and then we have another list of next level priorities, because all of these things on here are priorities. But I struggle with the same questions, but that was sort of where I came down with my ranking.
Right. And not to give us an easy pass and then just make everything a priority, but I do think, given how interrelated all these things are, I think we could have as our top priority to pick the overarching goal of mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on the community and city operations, and have these 3 things. And still, and we can talk about what we do with climate change in a moment, but I do see a lot of these things as interrelated. Like we can't do anything else on this priority list unless the staff is actually able to actually get back to work in a way. I mean, like, so we might as well just forget about half the list if we don't do that goal
Well,
right. We don't
about
like
it,
right there.
when I was thinking about this, I felt bad having to just pick one of the 3 in COVID, because I saw the whole COVID response, as other people have said, as sort of a super priority over and above all the others. So I wonder whether, and it's a much shorter term one than everything else we have here, right? Because we all hope that in, maybe by the end of this council term, a lot of that will have been addressed. So what about having COVID as one overall priority, embracing these 3, and then just picking 4 others? And we've sort of outlined them already: public safety, onboarding, housing, and then it was up to Councilmember Dabala and me, the climate piece. But then we could still have 5, because I agree it's kind of hard to sort of say whether a particular action on COVID falls into one of those 3 boxes that are there, because they really are all interrelated. I'm repeating what others have said, but I can imagine saying COVID plus these other 3 or 4 that we've designated, and that would give us a workable framework for this.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I looked at this strictly of when I'm looking at for example, the 3 COVID ones. It's, what is a priority for me? Yes, they're on the priority list, but If we only had the resources to do one of those things, which would it be? And that's why I chose the second one on that list. Certainly the other things are important, but I felt that took precedent over the others. And that was kind of the same philosophy I used as I went through the whole list. If we only had 5 things that we could do, what would those first 5 things be? And then do the rest of those as you have more resources.
Thank you. All right, so what I think I'm hearing from council is let's do mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on the community and the city operations as sort of like our first overarching central priority for this upcoming fiscal year. And then there's agreement on hiring and onboarding the new city manager, public safety, and housing. And then Councilman Dabala and Kovar have made a support for adding climate action as also as a goal. Is there any other support for doing that?
Would support that.
Okay. Councilman Costick, and I think I could move one of my others and support that as well. So I think if we have it in that order, I would support that. Are folks okay with that? I think that would be 4 votes for adding climate action as a 5th bullet. Yeah. 5th. Okay. All right. So that's the goal setting. And then on the resolution, the draft resolution that folks have before them, I don't know if we need to go through this. We can, there's one posted already. Councilman Dabala had a couple of minor changes. We added from years prior a clause regarding making sure that we keep in mind that we have major projects that are happening. So not to forget about that. And then I think Councilmember Kovar had added a clause that we looked at last week that the council may take action on issues not listed in the prize document based on urgent or exigent circumstances. So any other additional comments or thoughts on the resolution? And folks can take another look at that, but that will come to us next week. I can move it up too and make it bigger. Councilman Dabala? Councilman Dabala, you're on mute, sorry.
Sorry, I hit it, but it didn't. I think it's the 6th sixth whereas, which talks about the fiscal year, and then several whereases later, it talks about the calendar year and the fiscal year. And based on our conversation, we just want to make them consistent. That's all.
Yeah, I guess I read the whereas clause where later on it says that the document will endure beyond calendar year. I mean, we could make it consistent. I don't necessarily see, if we say we're emphasizing these in our priorities in the upcoming fiscal year, to me, they're different. They're not.
I don't feel strongly. I see what you're saying.
So,
never mind.
Yeah, when I read that over again this afternoon, I was like, I might be cleaner to talk about these are our priorities going into our fiscal year, just so it doesn't get confusing.
Yeah,
yeah.
If it doesn't bother anybody else, I can live with it. Thank you.
That's our bar right now. Does it bother you? If it doesn't bother you, it's all right. Folks can look at it again. It'll get cleaned up and come back in final form next week. And I think that closes us out of our priority setting. Thank you very much. We'll definitely clean up the document, and we're gonna move on to stormwater tonight then.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Braithwaite is here. She may have some information to share after the conversations last week, but I think the primary discussion this evening is now that you have kind of been thinking about, I don't know how many times, we're up to 7 times or so talking about this fee structure for the stormwater plan. Try to make sure that the council members have heard the public comment and read public comments. And if there's some direction or other kind of follow-up that we need to do, we'd like to know that so that we can come back with a resolution for your consideration. So this, I think, is mostly to hear from council this evening. And I see Daryl's trying to get to a more convenient place, but
No, you were waiting here for me. I was just saying that we were expecting to hear from council in terms of what else might be needed as you review the information that's been provided and make a determination as to whether or not you feel the fee structure should be changed, and if so, in what way you want the fee structure to be changed.
Mhm. Great. Councilman DeBala.
Yes, thank you. So just to back up a step, so there's the fees, how we raise the money we need for stormwater to meet our stormwater permit. There's what a couple people referred to during the public comment period. How do we spend it? Right now, we spend it on the public sector. And if there are ways to incorporate some private sector and document so we meet our stormwater permit needs, that's not what we're talking about tonight. And there's how we help residents with the very real problems of stormwater management, both individually and together collectively. And that's also a very important topic and not exactly what we're talking about tonight. So I'm focused on the fee system, and I really do want to get to the other two, but not tonight. I think I want to stick with the fee system. And last week, if I understood correctly, some of the concerns that I had were addressed. There will, stop me if I'm wrong, there will be an appeals process for residents. It'll be clear and simple. It won't be hire an engineer to argue with the city's engineer. It won't be like that. There'll be a review of each property, the estimates that the consultants made before the bills are set. And there will be a credit system for some, if not all, of the measures that residents have already undertaken to manage stormwater on their property that's not visible from the LiDAR and the other data sets that were available to the consultant. So am I right about those 3 things? Because those were my concerns.
Yeah, I think you've outlined them very well. Obviously, there needs to be an appeal process. I want to make sure everyone's aware there currently is appeal language in the code. So we have a framework from which to add, expand, or further define. There will likely, it'll likely require some clarification. The process now, and our strong recommendation would continue to be that it's the responsibility of the appellant, the property owner, to provide the city information that counters the information that we have from the evaluation. So it would not be the city endeavoring to do the site visits, do the measurements, do the work. It would be the property owner's responsibility to provide the documentation that identifies if there is an error or what the conflict is. And that's just strictly relating to the impervious area calculations itself. the other thing you indicated was about a review, which I think it was in the same vein as the appeal process that I've lost the train of thought there. The more challenging piece is a credit system, because again, when someone establishes a stormwater feature on their property, be it a vegetated swale or a dry well that doesn't capture 100% of the runoff from their property. So in order to do a full evaluation of that, you need to have drainage area, you need to have topography, you need to have the calculations about the structure and the method in which that feature was constructed. So that starts to get very, very detailed. And so I don't have, I've been looking to see what other jurisdictions may have in terms of that type of credit system, but I have not found anything at this point. So I don't have a good sense of what that kind of credit factor would be, but it wouldn't be a 100% elimination of their stormwater fee or their particular area. It would have to be some percentage related to that. So that is one thing that we don't have good examples of, and we don't have a strong system to build off of. So
I had thought that there might be some assumptions to make about if you have this kind of system, you get $25 off. If you have that kind of thing, you get $100 off. Or so you're not finding the underlying information to make that an easy fix.
no, and it would so much be related to what the feature is, how was it built, the documentation of that, the size of that, what it was designed for. Was it designed for a 1-inch storm, a 5-inch storm? You know, just there's so many different pieces of that. And oftentimes it'll just be a resident's good idea. They won't have any kind of construction documents. You know, they decided to put in a grassy, a vegetated swale because that channels the water. You know, I don't know how we're going to come up with a credit process for something that was just done in a good idea by a DIY type of situation on a person's property.
So last week, I did have two other points. So just briefly, last week you said there were some measures that infiltrate the water and some measures that hold it back and then release it. And one is easier to credit, to identify and to credit than the other type of measure. Okay.
I think my last week was not so much that as we would be following the Maryland manual for certain features in terms of do they reference them? Is there a design standard for that? If someone present that, hey, I've got this dry well, we need to make sure it was built according to certain standards, and we'd be using the guidance from the state of Maryland to make that determination. It's going to be difficult, I'm sure, in many cases, because they may not have that level of information that may have been done by a prior property owner. There may be no construction drawings, no certifications, no design factors that will have available. So it really does get into a very, very much a diminishing returns type of situation. You could spend, weeks and weeks and weeks evaluating something, and are we talking about $25?
Yeah, to me, it would make more sense to set up some assumptions, and they won't work for absolutely every situation, but rather than analyze each situation in great detail. But back to what I would like to see is a system that has those three things in it: the appeals, the individual review before the bills are put out, and some kind of credit system. The definition of impervious, I feel like we need to say this again, how it is that you arrived at the definition of impervious that you used. If I understand it, it's because you went to that Maryland manual that you just referred to and used their standard definitions of what is and is what counts and doesn't count as impervious. Again, not a perfect detailed site by site analysis, but it's the best available. And then the last thing I wanted to ask you, because I think you have said this at one point, one resident mentioned other, just to briefly touch on possible measures that residents could use in the future. I said I wasn't going to talk about, but I am. I'm going to ask about Gaithersburg and Rockville because I think you know what they give credit for already. If you don't, maybe we could look at that.
But they don't give credit.
Excuse me, not credit, what they give, right, what they encourage residents to do, separate from the fees. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Did you want me to speak to the rain?
If you know what specific measures those two cities have in their programs, that could be helpful right now. Yeah.
Yeah, it usually involves conservation landscaping and or tree planting, dry, removal of asphalt, and installation of permeable pavement as a replacement, green roofs. I think that's pretty much the list.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I could just interject,
Yeah,
because
so
I
there's-
think after the last meeting 2 weeks ago, we did come up with like, and I'm not expecting this to be done at all, given the weather storms and other things. And I know what's been on your plate, Ms. Braithwaite, but we did come up with, I think there were 5 or 6, I think Councilman Searcy added one. And I feel like we talked about creating an FAQ document just to have this available for folks. And I feel like, and I'm glad Councilman Dabala is reviewing those, but I think all the questions that were just asked were covered in those 5 or 6 questions. And I think when we can, and if we could do it before we need to take up a resolution or ordinance on this, it would be really helpful, because I think those are the questions that, at least I see, they're the same 5 to 6 questions that people are asking, and they were all covered just by what Councilwoman Dabala raised, including recommendations on things like what if someone does want to reduce their pervious surfaces, what could they do? Sorry, I always forget which way I want to say it. What recommendations, and we could just pull maybe some of the stuff from Gaithersburg and Rockville. Sorry, Councilman Dabala, I didn't want to cut you off, but I didn't want to forget
That's
that.
good. That's good. Yeah.
We have been gathering the information for FAQs. It has been a rough couple of weeks.
Yeah. No, I figured we wouldn't have it tonight, but it just reminded me of that.
All of which is to just double back and say, what is the stormwater fee proposal? What are the things that I personally think are important? And that's the few things that I would like to see in a resolution or an ordinance. And if I understand what we discussed last week, that's what we're planning to do. So I think I'm pretty good with it. I did have one last question. Did we get a chance to think about what a phase in would look like for the top tier or 2?
Sure, we did a quick rundown of the top, what were originally we thought 51, but turned into be, I think, about 46 of the properties that would have a fee above $300 or more, so above $275. And if we capped it at $275, it was a difference of about $3,200 annually. So very, very minimal, because it is such a small number of properties that are impacted by that top end of the fee.
Okay, that's very helpful to know what it would look like if we wanted to do a phase in for that top couple of brackets. That's it for me. Thank you.
If I might just add, we also took a look on the lower end, which was much less consistent than the upper end. And the upper end, all high value properties, high assessed rate, and ownership within the past 10 years, purchased within the past 10 years for 85% of those that were on that list. When you get down to the lower end, some of it has to do with adjacent properties, partial lots owned adjacent to properties. Those are mostly the $25 ones, the $50 ones. a real mix of length of time in the property and assessed value of the property, so much less consistent. The other thing we started to look at is Susie provided the list of folks who get tax credit from the city. The original list that we looked at also included those that are, and correct me if I'm wrong, Susie, elderly tax credit.
Yeah, the county's elderly and veteran tax credit.
So it didn't relate to income limitations or, that wasn't, it was a much broader, it was a broader list. I can't remember, Susie, if you know, was it like 100 and some properties?
Yeah, it was about 90 some properties, and it's the average, nothing was over 275. The average was right in the about $125.
And if the decision was to waive the fee for those folks, we would want to revise it, perhaps not to do that entire set, but those that might be low and moderate income. That full set was about $11,000, but I think our view would be that we do a smaller range of properties than that.
So and that would be if you waived it in a fairly substantial way. These were all 275. There were 2 properties that were at 275, and all the rest were less than that. So it fits in with this other scheme as well.
So to restate, if you use the county elderly and veterans tax credit as a marker for who is lower income and elderly in the city and owns a single family house, that group, the average fee is $100, which is $8 more than where we are now. And only a few are over that. Did I get that right?
I would like to provide more detailed information for you, because there's 2 different kinds of lists. There's the homeowner, you'll hear this when you finally get to me later tonight, the homeowner's tax credit and the elderly tax credit. Of the 90 some folks on the elderly tax credit, about 22 are in the low income category that get the homeowner's tax credit. So one of the things just to recognize is just because there's elderly does not necessarily mean they're lower income. When we looked at that, we need to examine the lower income folks more closely, but I believe from my glancing at that those are the lower cost ones as well with the new scheme, but we don't have all the details for you yet, and we will get that to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Costick.
Thank you. I think getting that information will be really important, because I do think we need to be able to make an assessment both on that and just the general impact of making this change on people overall. I mean, when I first glanced at it, I was surprised to see that people getting the tax credits had fees up to the 275. So I'd be interested to see if that is people who don't necessarily fall into the category of low income or not. Just because there may be people on the fringe who don't qualify for that, who may have an increase up to 275. And I'm just concerned about those people in particular. I completely understand the challenges in providing credit for do-it-yourself type projects and some of the other changes that people might have made. But I do think that if we're moving towards this system, part of the point is having it be an equitable distribution of the fees to the contribution of stormwater. And if we have people who really genuinely have maybe more impervious space, but they are doing more to address their contribution to the stormwater, and that's running off their property, I do think that needs to be built in. Otherwise, I feel like it sort of undermines the overall concept of our goal here. So I'd really like to see, I think it could be something fairly simplistic and some kind of straightforward parameters, as Councilmember Dabala mentioned, related to how that's calculated, because I don't think we want staff time to be used really delving deeply into those details. But I do think that has to be a part of it in order to kind of meet the overall goals of making this an equitable distribution of, how much you pay versus how much you contribute. Just a couple of other quick comments, and then I have maybe one question. The other thing I'm hearing from a number of people is related to private property and stormwater on private property, which I think was mentioned during the comments today. And there's a meeting tomorrow with some residents, and I know this is an issue throughout the city. So I think that's something we just increasingly need to look at and find solutions for and support for. In terms of this system, we definitely need to have enough time to build in notification to people as we're making a changeover to the fee. And I would still like to see a phase-in process for some of the property owners if we, depending on what we decide on the capping and maybe homeowners whose fee would go up above 200. The other thing that I think is somewhat lacking that we've talked about a little bit before is the plans for education and outreach, kind of while we have a captive audience on this. And I think as much as we can provide people with information about why this is happening and how they can help and kind of appeal to people's interest in improving the stormwater management throughout the city, I think that would be really beneficial, both on a voluntary level and also incentivizing as much as possible people to make changes. I do hear a lot from people about the appeals process. And I think if I remember right, last time we talked about this, it sounded like the appeals process would happen in a sequence where people would pay the fee and then they would be reimbursed. Is that still what you're thinking, or would there be sort of an initial review, since this is the first time we're doing it, that would supersede that?
It somewhat depends on the time frame. We met with the finance director today, and they'll need about 2 months to prepare the information that has to be sent to the county, and it needs to be sent to the county by June 1st. So I think we're running out of time to do much appeal and evaluation before we do prepare that number. I may be wrong. We may be able to get this started sooner, depending on when the council ultimately decides how it wants to proceed. Once we get that decision, then we have to go through the notification process where we send people what we have, and then we'd have to establish an appeal process. I'm afraid we're going to overlap the deadline by which we have to have the finance office start preparing that information for the county's tax process, because that is a very, there is no missing that date, right? So that's a very hard date. And there's a lot of transition currently in the finance staff. So we'll be working with staff who have not previously done this type of preparation for the county tax bill with stormwater. So I had initially assumed that we would notify people, we'd have an open period for appeal, we'd go through the appeals, then we'd issue a final bill. I'm afraid we're going to run out of time for that at this late stage in the year, given the requirements to get the information to the county.
And is that just for kind of the secondary level appeals, and you still will have time to go through, I think what you mentioned before, where you were going to compare their property map and make sure like the sidewalks and the streets and those things aren't included?
Yeah, we are just trying to figure out the realistic way to do that. We're relying on county tax records, and I've been quite surprised lately to see to the degree to which the information that the county has does not necessarily match what people have on their survey maps. So we're going to have to work with what the legal documents are until we are provided other information. So we can make a good faith effort at making sure there's no public sidewalks or there's no roadways that's included in a person's stormwater fee. But if we're relying on county GIS that indicates the property boundary on a certain location where the property owner believes it's not, that's going to be a matter of quite a bit of evaluation.
Yeah.
So I think we're trying to look at doing this in both ways, but the issue about the timing is critical. And we do have a situation where in order to get this out, we would need to have direction from the council pretty quickly about what the cap would be and and what that phase in looks like and that kind of thing. Because we've got the data right now, we could start working on it right now if we had that idea. But if we're waiting 2-3 weeks from now, we're not gonna have the kind of time that we need to do prep in advance. And that was part of our discussion today was, what will work based on, what the council wants. We're going to try to make things work because that's what we do. But it isn't something that we can keep tweaking and meet the deadline to. And so that's the situation we're in. The other thing that I will tell you is, we looked at the option of just going with the $108 for another year, but that puts it in the seat of the new city manager, and you're talking about it another year. And so that was also something that I'm really trying to not provide the next city manager with a major effort when we've gotten this far with so much information so far. So that's part of the council's decision.
Yeah, I think we have some good momentum towards all understanding it. I mean, I understand it at this point. We don't have to review it all from base one again, which is good. And also just having people talking about it and thinking about it in the community because of the letters that went out. I am a little concerned about the appeals happening after that initial payment being due. And also some of the review that might happen if people contact Public Works and might not happen if people don't think, they just take it at face value and say, oh, this is my fee. Okay, I'll pay it. I guess I have to pay this. So, I mean, I know there is some sense among people that I hear from that, where did these numbers come from? How did this come to be? I want some more detail. We heard from someone today in public comment that, they didn't feel like they got the right picture of their property and that they weren't sure theirs was accurate. So I just think that I'm concerned about how the appeals fits in with all of that and people sort of trusting the information that's being sent out. So I really think that needs to be well communicated to people, and the fact that this is why we're doing it. If we do need to go that way, as much as possible, I would love to be able to offer people the opportunity to pay a partial payment or do something to sort of mitigate that issue if they feel like there's a problem with their assessments and that needs an appeal.
Of course, that this comes through the county's tax bill. So there won't be a way to partial pay or identified in any other way other than the straight fee. So the mechanism that we currently use to bill through is a very rigid system.
That said, I mean, it does come out of the as long as if you got a mortgage, it comes out of that escrow and that kind of thing, so that there is that recognition that we could have that addressed. That's not for everybody, but it's for a majority of people.
And then my last question is, I think you got at this a little bit through the information about the lower end properties, but I know we talked a little bit about assessing, comparing people at the different fees with what their property assessment was. Can you just recap a little bit of what you found at the lower end? You mentioned the upper end a little bit, but what was it that you found at the lower end in terms of the $25, $50 fee to property assessment?
Yeah, it was much less consistent. It was just pretty much all over the place. I do have that evaluation sheet, which I think it was like 155 properties, something in that ballpark. that were $50 and $25. I think once you bump into the 75 and 100, you get into the hundreds and hundreds of properties. So we did not do any evaluation of that. But I can look it over again and try to do some sorting to see if there's any, any kind of assumptions or statements we can make about it. That's really all I can say at this point.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I would just say that I think as much as possible, if we're switching over to this new system and we're seeing that it is a little mixed in terms of how it's impacting people on the lower end, that I really would love to see that it incentivize to some extent people to make reductions to their impervious pavement and really incentivize the change that we need to see in terms of improvements to stormwater management in the city.
Sure. When I was referring to it being a little inconsistent, what I meant is the assessed value is all over the place for the lower end properties, whereas those upper end properties, the assessed value was all 700K and above. On the lower end, the assessed value varies significantly, as does the ownership. You get much more length of time of ownership. So it's those factors that vary a lot. The fact that it's a $50 or $20 fee, it's a very small footprint of a property.
Yeah, Councilmember Kovar and then CRC.
Thank you. Appreciate all the information. I have some questions and comments, but I just jump in on this this timing question first, and maybe the staff can just clarify this. So if I understand correctly, the fee will be paid as part of the rate at the time and along with the property tax, right? It's incorporated within that. And so that's due at the end of September and at the end of December. So even if we have to submit the information to the county sooner, is it the case that in the intervening months between now and then, we couldn't make an adjustment of some kind to
We
it?
can, and the finance director said we can do that. So it's very possible before it actually gets billed, that can be adjusted. The issue that we're looking at is what does it take for us to get the information to the county to put it on into their system. So yes,
Right,
there's a couple extra months there between that time and the time that the bill actually comes out.
I mean, it seems to me if the council were to adopt a version of this and we had to send the county all the details, and if we recognize that some number of people will want to appeal, we could do a second letter or whatever it might be to everybody saying, I'm making this up as I go along a little bit here, but the council adopted this, the information had to be sent to the county. If you think there's something wrong, contact us. Here's what the appeal process is like. And, they might get that letter in June, and they don't owe their tax for 4 months. And so I'm not saying it's nothing, because it would depend on how many people apply, but it does seem as if there's time to avoid making people pay and then getting it back if that's what it would involve. So just for what it's worth. So I have 4 areas of concern I want to talk about, and I contacted my colleagues about this just a little before the meeting, so no one probably had a chance to read it, so I understand that. But first is the question of the phase in at the higher levels, and it seems as if we're moving toward something there, and I agree that makes sense. It sounds to me as if, based on the data that Ms. Braithwaite cited, that's doable without a major cost, and it could make it more manageable for the people who end up at that upper level. So I think that does make sense. I think in with the material that we received for this agenda item, there's a marked up version of the ordinance. And so I proposed, and I'm not expecting staff for my colleagues to get back to me about it tonight, but I circulated it and people can look at it, and before the next meeting, we can talk about it. But what I've suggested is that, number one, and I'm basing this on having heard from a lot of people who received the letters that they believe don't accurately reflect their property. And we heard a couple of the people who testified in our public hearing talk about that. So I'd like to see not only that within 30 days after the notice that people can submit a written statement, but they could also ask for details of the calculation as to how the impervious area was arrived at. That's one thing I think makes sense. And then I would like to clarify that the grounds for the correction, and we should, I think, include this explicitly in the ordinance, grounds for the correction of the amount that the person would owe should also include if there was something missed like that. If, for example, they say that you had a driveway and you didn't, or whatever it is, just to make that clear. But the other thing I think we have to really amend, and I think Ms. Braithwaite said that, I think she said she didn't have a problem with this. At the moment in the ordinance, it says that in order to get a correction, the property owner has to submit certification by registered engineer or professional land surveyor. I'm just quoting the ordinance here. And I think that's what applies to someone who owns an apartment building or a big commercial building, because those have been the only entities that have had the opportunity to challenge this. I think for this, this being individual single-family homeowners, we ought to specify in the ordinance that contractor records or other receipts or documentation, et cetera, could be used. So I'm just proposing versions of those things. And again, I'm not expecting people to have read that now, but I've sent that around. And then the one other thing that I think we ought to do, and this is modeled, this would be modeled on what we did with the trees for the bigger projects, institutional, commercial, apartment buildings, et cetera, where a larger entity has put in a stormwater permit, that we ought to have some sort of enhanced public or community engagement on it, a public hearing, et cetera, so that as we do now with the trees, if there's a proposal to cut down more than a specified number of trees, that there has to be some sort of enhanced public engagement around it. I think the same thing should apply here. And this gets to that larger question of what's happening with the flow of stormwater that's being caused. So one thing is the phasing in for the upper level fees. The second one is some of these changes I'm talking about in the ordinance. And I'll just mention two other things. This is on the frequently asked questions. I really think we need to get that. I don't think that they're regulations as much as just guidelines or FAQs that would be posted. But some of the things that came up last week, and Ms. Braithwaite responded to me on these questions that people are asking, shared driveways, swimming pools. There's probably 3 in the whole city. What kinds of gravel are covered? We need to have as much of that stuff online so that people can see it. And then the last thing, and I've talked about this before, but I do want to say it again. And some of my colleagues said, well, we're not really talking about the longer term or the broader question of how to address, maybe in a more resilient way, the increased stormwater flows that we're seeing as a result of climate change, a heavier rainfall that we're seeing connected to climate change. And I understand that that is not, in a sense, directly part of this topic or this agenda discussion, but when I worked on the Hill, and I know I probably referenced those days too often, but my former boss used to say in politics, sometimes the ankle bone is connected to the shoulder bone. And what he meant was that things that don't seem like they're connected are connected or can be within the political context. And so to me, and I've said this before, but if we're going to be making this type of change, we ought to join that up in some way with a commitment to starting to take action on that broader question. And so I understand, based on what the city manager said, that we have to, if we're going to move forward on this, start that process now before we get to the budget. So if there's a way to commit to taking some action along those lines, even if we don't know for sure until we get into the budget, that's what I would really like us to do. And the city manager and others have mentioned the idea of a climate resilience fund. And I think that's a great idea and something that we ought to entertain when we get into the budget. But I'd like to propose that a portion of that be used to hire an outside consultant to look at the trouble spots in the city where wide areas of the city or large numbers of residents are affected by ongoing stormwater flow situations. Maybe it's where there's hills or other factors. It would depend, maybe where there's a low-lying creek as well. And devote, say, $100,000 to pay an outside consultant to do that, and then to give us recommendations. Then at least I would feel like we're starting to get somewhere. So I don't know, I'll have to think about whether there's a way to build that into what we're talking about here, or just ask people, would they be willing to do that? But I think, to me, in addition to the phase-in and to fixing the ordinance so that the appeal could work better and making sure we have those FAQs, we've got to try to marry it up in some way to a commitment to take action on that broader question. So I apologize for talking for a long time. Happy to hear from staff if they want to comment on any of those things. I understand people haven't read what I submitted yet.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide feedback once I get a chance to sort of absorb it. I would just say to that issue of addressing private property or property to property stormwater concerns, we all have heard, and I've met personally with people who are impacted by those types of issues. And that's really going to be a council budgetary decision. So whether or not you include it with the stormwater utility, which would result in a need to increase the fee, or fund it separately, that's going to be a budget decision that you all make as you're soon to be coming up on evaluating the budget needs and setting up those priorities.
Okay.
Okay. Councilman Searcy, did you unraise your hand?
Oh, I didn't mean to.
Okay, I didn't see it anymore. You're
I don't know
up.
what happened. So I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I do want to make sure that I kind of go on the record, so to speak. So I'm a proponent of the phased-in approach for those folks that are in that higher tier at 275. For me, when I'm kind of looking at the distribution of the households, I think the vast majority of folks, about 50, it looks like the mode, based on the last data that you provided, most folks are going to come out with an $8 savings under this structure, right? So we're really not talking about the vast majority. We're really talking about those folks that are at that tail end of the distribution, right? So most people, about 50%, are under $100 or less. And then for Ward 6, it's about 79% when you add in that 125. So most people are going to be around where they would have been, give or take a few bucks, under a flat fee. So I still lean towards, making, kind of coming up with a structure that is based on the amount of impervious surface that folks have on their property. So I do think we need to move forward in that regard, kind of move forward with the fee structure, but with the phased-in approach. I think the phase-in, I kind of came up with that 275 on the fly, but we may want to think about, from the perspective of where is that tail, right? Where does that tail start? And then create that phase in there, because those are the folks that are likely going to want to appeal, right? So if everybody, like the folks that's going to appeal aren't going to be the people that's $50. It's going to be the folks that is finding that their fees are increasing, right? So if we were to create the right phase-in amount, where we say, look, we're capping everyone at this amount, we're doing a phase-in for a year, that also will give us time to kind of get everybody to get their ducks in a row in terms of an appeal or whatever. And then when that next fee year hits, hopefully folks on that tail will have had about a year or so to kind of get all of the paperwork and whatever they need to get in place in order to get their numbers verified or corrected. Does that make sense? So I know we said the 275, but we may want to kind of look at where folks are and how much of a financial hit we may take. But that 1 year buffer for those folks that we cap might actually kind of help solve some of the things that I'm hearing colleagues bring up in terms of, you know, allowing folks time to make appeals in terms of their amounts.
Councilmember Searcy, when we were looking through it, it did make a lot of sense to do up to 275 and then the amount over that to cap. Once you start taking it lower than that, then you're talking about fairly significant funds, and we would need to have contributions. We would need to raise the rate for everybody a certain bit, or we would need to put contribution in from the general fund for the stormwater fund. So that's, but it actually looked like a pretty good place when we're looking at the curve.
Okay.
We're still evaluating it, but you know, it was interesting to see how that worked.
Yeah,
It did seem like the appropriate place.
Yeah, because I kind of see it as there's probably a good place where you want to put in that cap, because these are most likely going to be all of the folks that's going to appeal. So I am concerned about the level of burden and whether or not there are additional costs that residents will incur in order to appeal, right? So one of the things that, you know, if you make it too hard for people to appeal, then you're really saying, I don't want you to appeal. So if they're going to have to get like engineers and have people and pay $200 to get someone to come out and do a survey of their property, and I know the last time I had a survey done, it wasn't $200. So I don't know if this is a different type of survey, but you know, we may need to take those, like some of those aspects into consideration as well, because you don't want someone to basically say the cost of me bringing in an engineer and the fee they may charge to do a survey of my property in order to prove that I should not be paying $475 maybe $1,000, right? So has there been any look at like the cost that people may incur in order to meet the requirements of the appeal?
I think that's a good point, council member, especially given the language that's currently in the appeal process. And I think Councilmember Kovar has raised that issue as well and kind of highlighted the language. The way I see it, we're going to have it on one side or the other. Either the city's going to incur costs by hiring people to go out and do those measurements and do that calculation, or the resident is going to have to document in some way that information. So it's probably a bit of a mixed bag. There are going to be costs associated with reviewing appeals and confirming and looking at information on both sides. So we can try to be as reasonable as possible in terms of what we ask for from the property owners. And, you know, we just will try to craft a program that's reasonable.
Councilmember Searcy, I think it's the actual amount of documenting the impervious surfaces is less of, I think, of an expense than if there's a discussion about is the gravel driveway done to meet a certain pervious level versus that's a different thing that does require a higher level of engineering and that kind of thing. So it may be that as we look at the language in the code, there's some distinctions about what's the fairly simple things that would help us and when we really need to have that engineering as other kind of documentation. Ms. Braithwaite, did I say that right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is, again, we're going to have to make a judgment call whether or not, I mean, if someone has hired a contractor to build a permeable parking pad, they'll have specifications readily available that will document what's there. If someone has done it themselves, then they probably won't. So we'll have to figure out what we're going to do in those cases. We don't want to excavate and dig
Mhm.
up somebody's thing to see if there's 18 inches of gravel beneath it. So I think that is going to be, that's going to be a challenge where we'll have to ask for documentation, either receipts or information if they didn't have a contractor do it, or a certification from the person who did build it, what the specifications were. And again, those are cases where they know who did it. If you bought a house 3 years ago and it was done 6 years ago, that information may be entirely lost.
Mhm.
So
Can we
I think we will run into some challenges in terms of that.
Mhm. Could we review when we are thinking about the language? I think there may be a difference between like thinking about this because we're putting into place a new program appealing in the next year or two versus once we have this well established. So I also think like we may want to look at it that way too, just because this is new and we're on all ends kind of getting the kinks out of it. And so having the appeals like an easier way to appeal in the short term, I think isn't really important. Once we have this established and we've gone through the properties and gotten the kinks out, I don't know if it makes sense to think about, not making it harder, but just to think about the appeals process. So I think, Ms. Braithwaite, as you said, in terms of there's likely to be a cost, is whether the cost is on the side of the city versus the homeowner during the appeals to look at it. I would say as we're putting this in place, the weight should be on the city over the first few years as we're putting this in place and checking it and getting it kind of up and running, if that makes sense.
I think we're going to need to look at it. I'm happy to try to see what does make sense. I think there's some things that are going to be tough. So
Yeah.
we'll have to identify those and bring those back to the council.
Yeah, I think that'll be helpful. And one thing that kind of comes to mind for me is, what's the likelihood too of people making substantial changes to their level of impervious surface, right? So, is it necessarily, or the frequency in which they may do that? So if we are kind of spend a little money, to the mayor's point, we bite the bullet and incur the cost to kind of help folks with getting the appeals and getting the first year data pretty set, then, at least we'll have a pretty solid foundation where when we do additional reviews and things, and you built a new sidewalk, you have a new shed because we verified this in year one and this is now different. Then I think that makes it it might make it a little easier for us down the line. But again, would be definitely interested in you all's thoughts. And I know it's going to cost money, so we just got to figure out whether or not it's going to save us a little bit of cost us money now to kind of deal with cleaning the rolls and dealing with the appeals and making sure that it's done the way that we want. And the idea that it might save us a little bit of money and a little bit of time down the road. I don't know. I kind of would defer to you all on that. The other piece,
the frequency of the impervious area study that we had done in 2018 is something that we need to figure out too, whether we do that every 5 years, 10 years, because there will be construction occurring. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that might be something else that we need to keep in mind. So get the rolls, do the phase, cut off the tail, bite the bullet in terms of addressing, which will likely be these higher tier folks in the level of appeals in terms of cost. And then we breathe a little bit, maybe, until we have that next assessment, right? Or someone tells that their neighbor has built a shed in the backyard. I don't know. But those may be some of the things that we may need to take into consideration. The last thing I want to ask about, and I may be totally wrong, so Director of Public Works, Daryl, please correct me. I thought we had like a stormwater fee, like grant or some sort of subsidy. Am I wrong about that?
We don't have a rebate or a Rainscapes program for stormwater features. We do have the bulk buy where we use those funds to assist people in purchasing trees. And we count those towards our NPDES permit requirements for tree planting, which is a measure we can use to build towards our treatment goals. That's the only one we currently have in place. We don't have any other rebate programs or assistance programs for stormwater management on private property.
I mean the stormwater fee, not the management of the water on the property. So we don't, like, if someone, let's say senior home is paid off, they're only paying taxes and a stormwater fee. We don't have any programs for those folks, right? Okay.
No, but what we have talked about is obviously, just as we're dealing with COVID-19 assistance, I mean, we do have a situation where if somebody's got a significant problem with their fees and other kinds of costs, we'll work with them. And, I think that that's something that we would look at here. The cost of the stormwater fee has not been the major issue. When we're talking with people, it's different. I think that the area where we really do need to be conscientious is more what I think you're all talking about when we deal with flooding. That's when the real money comes in. That's the situation that has real negative impacts on people. And those are areas where my personal belief is that it's better not to have kind of extra money given to people for doing small projects on their property. I would rather have money going to help these more serious issues that just have horrible effects on our property owners. And so to me, that's the place for a focus of assistance, whether it's in a grant because somebody's got a particular issue on their own property and it's not a multi-property issue, or it's an approach from the city to look at multi-property issues.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Mhm. Yeah, I want to say, I think it was also very helpful that when I think it was Mr. Blockstein said during public comments, because I'm even just, thinking about the meeting that Dallin and I have tomorrow night and the in this area, BF Gilbert, looking at people's comments on what they're dealing with is more flooding and water issues on their property than what we're kind of talking about now. Both very important things, not, diminishing that. I am one of those people who've lived here for over 20 years and all of a sudden have water in my basement and never had before. So, I know like we're all experiencing, we need to address that, but I do think it is important to keep understanding both are important, but they are different things that we're dealing with. So I don't see any other hands raised at this time. So I'm going to try and sum up, and my sense from the conversation as we had for 2 weeks ago is that a majority or more of council sees that moving in the direction of this fee system is the direction we want to move in, though we need a bit more, again, more information. It sounds like capping it and phasing it in around the 275 makes sense, though I know you're going to provide us with a bit more analysis on that. We do know there is an urgency to getting this moving forward so that we can provide people with the information. They have time to come back and appeal, and understanding the burden on the finance department to get this up and running, and Ms. Braithwaite's department as well. I think the devil's in the details, as always. And so I think as we're moving forward over the next couple of weeks, we'll have another work session next week at which hopefully we can look at, the city manager and I are going to work on whether or not it's a resolution, draft ordinance. Councilman McHovar has already started the work for us. Thank you very much on looking at edits to the ordinance. So that work has already begun. but I think we're that's the direction we're moving in. Councilman Duvall, did you have
I think you just answered it. It was a question about what the draft code amendments actually are. So there's, in the materials that were posted for tonight, there's a bunch of yellow sections, and those are the changes that are proposed for the code amendment. And then some of us are thinking about either a couple more changes to that wording, like Councilmember Kovar talking about a change in the appeal section, or maybe a resolution that outlines some of the other stuff that wouldn't be in the actual.
right? So I think
Is that,
again,
yeah,
it's
okay.
10 to 11, so don't hold me necessarily to this. I may change my mind in 24 hours or when tomorrow morning. I think Councilmember Kovar mentioned this. I think handling this similarly how we kind of did with the tree ordinance is like the ordinance has the details, how we're actually going to put this forward, but there may be a place to having a resolution as well to make sure that the intent, it's easier document to understand what the intent of council is. And some things, and connecting our ankle bone to our shoulder bone. I don't know if that's what Councilmember Kovar said before, but that could also be a place where, if again, a majority of the council feels like it's appropriate to make the acknowledgement of the related but different issue of flooding and water on that people are experiencing. So, but I will talk to the staff, connect with them, and we will figure out a good schedule for this. But I do encourage folks to take a look at the ordinance, particularly what Councilmember Kovar has suggested before next week, so that we can start looking at those details and moving forward.
And Mayor, the markup in the ordinance is from a long time ago. It's just to get the fee system. So there may be other things that staff also, given these conversations, would recommend a tweak to.
Okay, great. That's really helpful to know.
Yeah, specifically what was highlighted in the ordinance is just the language that'll need to change from going from a flat fee to a tiered fee. So that's, if the decision is to change the way the fee structure is, then that's the language that needs to change in the code. If there's other components of that, that's not currently reflected in that.
Great, that's really helpful. Thank you. And again, I think my sense of council is that we're moving in that direction. And so whatever we can do to facilitate what language needs to be changed there or other recommendations, that would be helpful. Okay, all right. Well, thank you, Ms. Braithwaite, again, and thank you to everybody in Public Works. It's been a heck of a winter, and we appreciate everyone's hard work on this. So please extend our thanks to everybody in the Public Works Department.
Thank you.
Great. So we have, let's see, 2 other work sessions tonight. One is on police promotional process contract, which I don't think should take us very long. And then continuing our conversations on property tax adjustment options.
Yep, both of these are for me to do this evening. The work session item on conducting a promotional process for the police department is to authorize the funds for what we do every 2 years, which is to go through a fairly sophisticated process to identify all the skills that are needed to move to the next rank, like up to corporal or to lieutenant, and to have an impartial process from an outside firm to work with our various officers as they go through, so that we end up with up-to-date lists, so that when there's vacancies, we have a list to choose from to move in. Right now, we have a number of vacancies or people in acting positions, so it's very important to have a promotional process move forward. One of the things that's particularly important in our police department is that we have many Black and Brown officers at the lower levels. We would love to be able to retain them. And the way you do that is to have these promotional processes that are done fairly and allow them to move up through the ranks as vacancies appear. We have, it's also an agreement, I don't think it's in the local 400 collective bargaining agreement, but it is an understanding with our union that this is done every 2 years to keep the promotion process fresh and the list fresh. In the past couple times, we've spent about $40,000 for the contract to do that. We now have a recommended different company that is $15,000 instead of the $40,000. And it's highly rated by those agencies that have used it. So we're looking forward to working with Resource Management Associates for this process. It will be coming to you next week for action, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Councilman Searcy.
Thank you. Real quick, so is this contract just for a one-time development of the process, or is the idea that we would need to have them come back to kind of do like occasional refreshers and look backs and those kinds of things?
So they not only design it, but they actually do the interviews. So they'll do like situations, tabletop situations with the applicants, that kind of thing. So it's a process that we hire them each time, but it's good to have these outside folks actually be the entities that do the ranking. One of the things that's important to know, though, is that once we get the lists, it is the chief that chooses from those lists. So we don't just also rely from the outside view. We try to have a balanced approach.
Thank you.
Councilman Costick.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the task force on public safety and some of the changes we might be making. Is there an opportunity for the task force members to maybe provide some suggestions or recommendations or some of their initial work to be forwarded onto this outside firm? I just think there might be some things that we want to think through in terms of evaluating officers that might be relevant from what the public safety task force is doing.
Yeah, I think this actually needs to come first, but I think there can be a lot of conversation back and forth. And I really welcome having the task force members see how these things are done and give input, and vice versa, give enlightenment to the task force members about how police officers are evaluated that meet our very much best practices. So I think it's a back and forth on it. On this one, we are behind because of the pandemic. And so we have a number of folks in these vacant positions filling in as acting, and it's becoming a problem. So I don't think it's something that we can wait till the fall, for example, to move forward on this. This should have happened about 6 or 8 months ago.
Will the task force be able to get some of the questions that they're asking or some information about those scenarios? Yeah.
I would think so, and I think that would be really good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's something that needs to wait for their final report necessarily, but maybe they would have some interim recommendations or thoughts of what to include in this process.
Wonderful.
Councilmember Kovar.
Yeah, just one quick question. Can you outline how or why, maybe is the better way to put it, our HR department can't do this, what we get by having an outside firm involved?
I think there's two things. One is that it's very time intensive and our HR department is slammed. And it's also got some aspects that are very specific to policing, that having the folks with the background in general orders and that kind of thing is very important. They work closely with our HR department because we want them, to complement each other, but it is very time intensive.
Most forces use that, depending on their size?
And it's also, and the city manager can correct me if I'm wrong, we haven't always done this.
No,
Right.
and when we didn't, it was bad.
Yes. You can say it, I wasn't good, but
It was bad.
it was bad.
When we did not have it, we had several problems. We had challenges of favoritism. We had challenges of race discrimination. I threw out, I was relatively new when one of these went through, and I threw out the findings. So having this being done professionally is the right way to do it.
It was bad. So yeah, I think we do need a professional firm to do it. And I think it's less stress on our HR department, our officers, and it's a much more transparent system. So good. All right. So we'll move that forward for a vote next week. Property tax adjustments. Woohoo! 11 o'clock at night.
So I'm going to have Jessica call up the presentation that I sent out to you late today. It goes over many of the things that we've talked about before, but I'm trying to lay it out in a clear way so that I can get some direction from you as we get into the finalizing the issues of budgeting. So let's go to the first page, the second page. So I wanted to remind residents and the council that in Maryland, municipalities are very limited in the way we get revenue for the services that we provide to all of our residents. And the primary method that we get in revenue is real property tax. It's about half of our revenue that comes in just from real property tax. Municipalities have no control over the amount of income tax we receive. We get 17% of what our residents would otherwise pay to the county. And municipalities cannot set sales tax, energy tax, phone tax, or other taxes as Maryland counties can do, or that municipalities in other states can do. Next. Tacoma Park has a relatively small commercial tax base. We'd love to grow that. That's part of the discussion. We had it under priorities a little bit. In addition, because we have rent stabilization, the property tax that is paid by multifamily properties is less than we would otherwise get because assessments are partially done based on rental income, which is lower. Next. So in Tacoma Park, single family property tax owners pay a higher property tax rate than other municipalities in Montgomery County. These other municipalities have wealthier residents, so they receive more from income tax, helps offset their costs. Or they have larger commercial bases to offset the amount paid by homeowners. And most municipalities provide fewer services than Tacoma Park. Next. Nevertheless, just a note, there are many municipalities in other counties that have higher tax rates than Tacoma Park. So people only hear highest, but it's really just Montgomery County. Next. So the amount that a homeowner pays in property taxes is the combined state, county, city tax rate times the assessable value for that particular year, less any credits. And right now, for this current year, we have the state tax rate of 11.2 cents per $100 of assessable value. The county, and I have county plus, so this includes park and planning land and some recreation tax and that kind of thing, which is 99 cents per $100 assessable value. The city is 53.97. So the total property tax rate for residents that own property in Tacoma, for homeowners in Tacoma Park and other property owners is $1.64 per $100 taxable rate. So for a homeowner of a property that's in the $500,000 range, we're talking about $8,000 of property tax. Next. For many years, Tacoma Park single-family home properties were relatively affordable compared to other areas of Montgomery County, and that kept the property tax payments lower than other places in the county, despite the fact that Tacoma Park had a higher tax rate. And in fact, if you go back and look at the history of the CAFR of the tax rates, we used to have much higher tax rates than we do now. Next. We recognize, and the part of the reason we're having this discussion is that paying property taxes can be difficult for some property owners at certain points in their lives, particularly homeowners who've owned their homes many years and whose total income has not kept up with the property value increases. And I've underlined total because many people say, well, I'm on a flat income, I'm on a restricted income, but they have other kinds of investments and other kinds of pension funds that come in a different way, or have other ways of getting revenue. And how that's handled makes an impact on some of the future slides in this presentation. So I'm just noting that. For those residents that do have lower incomes, the city provides additional funds, and those are primarily to those that are eligible for the homeowner property tax credit. And we also share information about the other available credits that are mostly from the county. Next. The homestead tax credit is for homeowners who have lived in their homes for 1 year. It caps the amount that the tax rate can go, the assessable base can go up each year, and the taxes can go up each year. It is not income-based. The homeowners and renters tax credits are income-based, and they have limitations. If you are eligible for like the homeowners tax credit, you also get additional assistance from Montgomery County and from the city. Tacoma Park budgets about $160,000 each year for this. We have about 150 families that receive this each year. Next. Some of the more popular Montgomery County tax credits include the tax credit for elderly individuals and military retirees. That was referenced in our earlier discussion about stormwater. There's the senior tax credit that the county has, and they have a historic preservation tax credit. Other credits that they have are for properties that have a daycare as part of their home, home computer telecommuting incentive. I looked at that because, gee, we're all doing that, right? And so there's some options for some residents with that. And there's also a credit for spouse of fallen law enforcement officer or rescue worker. For the tax credit for elderly individuals and military retirees, of the 90-some residents that receive this tax credit in Tacoma Park, about 22 meet the criteria for the income-based homeowners tax credit. So there's some overlap, but there's also a significant difference on those programs. Next. So in thinking through this whole issue for the city and for the city council, what additional property tax adjustment options might be appropriate for Tacoma Park? Ones that we've discussed or have been suggested are to provide an option to defer property tax, increase the value of property allowable for a tax credit, increase the maximum income allowable for a tax credit, and provide additional credits to those who might receive county tax credits. And I'll go through all these in a moment. Next. As we go through them, the issues that to be considered in Tacoma Park are the extent to which the property owner is in need, the cost to the city of the program, the difficulty of implementing the program, the extent to which race equity goals would be advanced, and the question about could county changes be more effective for our residents? Next. So one of the options is providing an option to defer city property tax. This would be a situation where rather than it can be defined in many different ways. But a deferral could allow the some component of the property tax to be paid in a future year or even when the property is sold. So that's an option that may be very useful. The county has a deferral program that allows deferral of county tax only. They look at the difference between the county tax 1 year versus the amount that had exceeded the prior year. One of the residents must be 65 years of age or older. At least one of the residents must have lived in the home for 5 years. The income needs to be less than $80,000. And the total amount that adds up cannot exceed 50% of the fair market value of the home. It does have the same kind of provisions that allows it to be paid off at the time that the home is sold or the resident moves out. Next. One of the options that's been suggested is to increase the value of property allowable for a tax credit. Some of the credits that exist have a cap on the amount of value of the home eligible for the tax credit. So if you are otherwise eligible for the elderly or veteran tax credit of the county, you're not eligible if your property value is $650,000 or more. And that's many of our homes. And so that's one of the issues. We've had a number of residents come to me and complain that they're not eligible for this because their home is $680,000 value, that they would otherwise have qualified. For the homeowner's tax credit and several others, there's a cap on which you get the credit. So I always am, the state and the county still say that the basis is $300,000. There's other documents that say $350,000. I'm putting them both. But basically, if your home is worth $450,000 and you're otherwise eligible for a homeowner's tax credit, the credit would only be up for the amount that's the $300,000, and then you have to eat the rest of that property tax. Next. Another option for those that have an income qualification is to decide what's the maximum income allowable for a tax credit in Tacoma Park. There's a suggestion that perhaps we could use about 80% of the median income into Montgomery County. For a household of 2, that's about $80,000. For existing income qualified programs, the homeowner's tax credit has a cap of $60,000. For the senior tax credit from Montgomery County, it's $80,000. And you have to make less than $120,000 to get the county tax deferral program. So part of this would be, what makes sense in Tacoma Park to make the goal. And one of the next questions of that is, how much time does it take to figure out what the income is? Next. One other option is simply to provide extra credit to programs that are county tax credit programs. We certainly piggyback on the homeowner's tax credit program and the renter's tax credit program. We do not give a match to the elderly tax credit program or some of those other programs. And a decision could be made that we do that. The advantage of that, and you'll see in a future slide, is that computation is already figured out. So it's just us piggybacking on what somebody else has already done to evaluate eligibility for the program. Next. So in terms of the issues to be considered in Tacoma Park, one question is the extent to which a property owner is in need of a property tax adjustment, either a credit or a deferral. And one way to find out is they're already eligible for some income-based program that exists out there, whether it's something that deals with taxes or it's a social security social service program. something that we do not have to do the computations for. We say, okay, you fit into this box, you're then eligible. There may be something that there's another proxy that gives us an indication of income that we just make a determination that that's good enough to show an income need. Next. Any program for tax deferral or tax credit costs the city money that we could use to serve residents in need. And so we just have to remember, it's not free money, it comes from somewhere. And so we need to consider what that cost is and that other people will have to pay for that cost. So there's funds that would go to the people, or there may be a need for additional staffing or consultant services or technology to administer the program. And that's also a cost to the city of a particular program, depending on the configuration and the decisions that the council makes. Next. The difficulty of implementing the program. Some of the programs, the elderly tax credit program of the county, thank goodness we're not doing that one, because there's significant amount of work that the county staff has to do to evaluate the program. They have to, the residents who want to get this credit have to provide land record information, because that's difficult for the seniors. You've got to have lived in your home for 40 years. The county staff end up helping them. It's an enormously intensive program. So that's an example of a difficult to implement program. Anything that we would need to really examine tax returns and that kind of thing would be a problem for us. It would require staff time and effort. I also put in this category programs that are hard to describe to potential recipients. The tax credit programs that are out there already are complicated for residents to use. They don't know if they can get them. It's a pain to go on the computer. It's a pain to find the right documents to file. And that's in English, right? So if you've got a different language or you've got some other issue, it makes it very difficult. So we would want a very simple to describe credit or deferral program so that residents actually know about it and can take advantage of it. Next. The extent to which race equity goals would be advanced. And this is a particularly difficult program issue for Takoma Park, because in Takoma Park, while 54% of Takoma Park residents are people of color, 74% of homeowner households are white. And the median white Takoma Park household income is $146,000, while the median Black Takoma Park household income is $42,000. We have a very segregated city when it comes to housing. And so when we're looking at race equity goals, we're really having to recognize the fact that the majority of our homeowner households are white. Next. And this is a little bit of hard to read graph, but it's one that Dan Powers, our Assistant Public Administration Specialist, provided today. The purplish horizontal lines are Takoma Park. And if you see the second grouping from the top, those are white households in Takoma Park and their income. It's greater than the Montgomery County average, which is the reddish, and it's greater than the Maryland average, that's the green. The lowest one on this list is Black and African American, which has a very short line for purple. Are the households in Takoma Park that are Black are much poorer than Black residents of Montgomery County overall or Maryland overall. And so as we're really thinking about how much credit or deferral we give to our homeowner properties, we do need to keep in mind that we have a very strong race and income difference in Tacoma Park. And so we need to be very careful, I think, about how we specify the conditions for these different programs. Next. So one question may be for homeowners, is there a way to target tax adjustment options to people of color? And there's legal issues related to that, but there may be some proxies, and there's also a sense of what are the goals of the council. Next. So could county changes be more effective for residents? 2/3 of the property tax that our homeowners pay are for county and state taxes, and only 1/3 is Tacoma Park's taxes. So if there's an increased credit for county taxes, that makes more of an impact for the property owner than if it's a Tacoma Park credit. And as we look at this, the county is also looking to advance its own race equity goals. There may be some lobbying that we can do with the county that help both entities, both jurisdictions, and can be a more significant savings for our property owners in need. Next. So the next steps for the council and for staff is to identify the tax adjustment options that you'd like to see pursued. Identify a maximum amount of city loss in revenue or increase in expenditures that the city is comfortable with. And have that ready for the proposed FY22 budget, which is being prepared now and will be presented to you in the first week of April. And so I wanted to just get this all out and then hear from you tonight and in the very short week or two ahead, so that we have whatever your proposals want to be. But I really would like to know if you know which tax adjustment options we should be pursuing and how much you're comfortable for the city spending. As a reminder, we already spend $160,000 a year in adding on to the homeowners tax credit system. So that's the kind of ballpark that we think about when we're looking at these expenditures. $160,000 is about 2/3 of a cent on the tax rate. So we are taking some money from the taxes to do these offsets for our residents. And we think it's a good thing. It certainly has been valuable in Tacoma Park, but making sure that it's targeted and appropriate is our responsibility.
Mhm.
So that's what I have for you this evening.
Great. I see Councilmember Seaman's hand is up.
Yes, just one easy question. That is, we also, in addition to the tax credits to individuals, we also do the tax for some of the businesses too. Thinking of the apartment buildings where we have forgiven taxes for a number of years. So what's
payment in lieu of taxes?
Yes. I wonder how much is that per year? I know it varies from year to year, but
I actually had the information on my desk at work, and I'm at home at the moment. I will get that to you because I know payment in lieu of taxes is a topic that we've been talking about recently. That is an option to reduce the amount of taxes, recognizing that they're providing certain kinds of affordable housing services or whatever is deemed appropriate. But it certainly has a cost, and I will get that information to you.
Thank you.
Great. Councilman Duvall.
Thank you. Along those lines, there's also a renter's credit that the city recognizes.
That's right. I put that in there, and we do.
Right. And so we're not necessarily just talking about homeowners. Just want
No, but I will say that the renter's tax credit, it's not used much. It is
I
very
understand it's not used much, which leads me to my question about You mentioned a couple of programs and how many people participate in them, what kind of people. It would be very helpful if the finance director, who I know knows these numbers really thoroughly, can just sketch that out for us. So if we're thinking about expanding a county credit, who already gets it? If we're thinking about changing the income level on a city credit, who already gets it?
Yes, I have those lists and she has those lists.
Right.
So we know the amounts.
Right. So if we could have that in some summary form for the council and residents to look at, that would be great. Thank you.
I was actually thinking, and again, I understand there's a lot of transitioning happening in the finance department. So I don't know if there is a capacity issue, but I do think the criteria that you've laid out, I think is the appropriate criteria of for us to be thinking about different options moving forward. And I was just wondering, is there a way to put this in sort of a matrix, a spreadsheet, and score each of these in terms of, high, low on how much it's gonna take of, our time? Is it a high cost for the city, a low cost, to be able to compare?
Sure, I think that'd actually be easy to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think in having been thinking about this for a bit, I lean, but I don't have enough data to back this up. In the deferral programs, this is my reasoning, and and it may be faulty, and data may prove something else. But one of the things is, we do know in this region, assessments have gone up, property values have gone up. Even during COVID, the predictions are that our property values are going to continue to go up.
Right.
For me, the deferral program helps people stay in their homes when their incomes have become more fixed and not increasing, but their houses are becoming more a part of their wealth. And in a deferral program, the city is still at some point getting that revenue back. And so while we're still providing the services and doing all those things, it's just deferring that payment to us, versus a program in which we actually forego the revenue. There may be times that would be appropriate, but I think that's one of the reasons that, especially as housing values are increasing.
Right.
And then I also don't know how we do tell that, but if there are ways of looking at, and I know from the stormwater conversation that this is difficult, sort of the racial breakdown of some of the homes, in terms of how long people have owned homes and other things. On the other end, I am not necessarily inclined on doing programs that are not income qualified, and just give a category or something to get a tax adjustment for. I think there are a lot of people in need, and I would want our tax adjustment programs to focus on those in need. So those are the two ends that I'm looking at now. Let's see, I have Councilmember Siemens, do you have more to add, or are you good? All right, then I have Councilmember Kovar and then Costick.
Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking about the deferral also. Obviously, over time, the money's worth less because you could defer and it might not be paid back for 20 years. I was wondering if maybe the city manager could comment. There was reference to programs that are hard to explain being less likely to want to do it. So I could imagine, taxes get deferred a long time, and then the person, can't really take care of the finances anymore. They pass it off to the kids. The kids have no idea. And they, oh, great, we're going to sell a house. We're going to make all this money. And then they find out there's this big chunk of money that has to come to us. And that's not a reason not to do it, but Was that an example of what you were potentially talking about when you said it could be a hard to explain example?
Well, I mean, I think frankly, even the homeowners tax credits,
Those are, yeah.
it's a pain to fill out the form. I mean, the elderly and veterans one really is tedious. And the county one for their deferral program is very difficult. And if we would go to a deferral program, I would not probably use that as a model. I would probably choose a simpler way. But I agree, Peter. I think there is a concern about when on a deferral, you know, what the family members might find out about it. Although I think it's a fairly common enough approach that it wouldn't be too much of a surprise. I think the area that I was more concerned about is how to market some of these programs so that people actually apply for them and use them the way that is envisioned.
I agree with the mayor. That does capture, I mean, the unfairness to the extent that there is some is when somebody's assessment goes up for reasons that are outside their control, just because of what's happening in the region or because on their block, you know, several homes are remodeled or sold for more or whatever it is. And if they're on a fixed income, that becomes very difficult. So I do agree it should be income based. And, you know, I understand the argument that if the county did it, that had more of an impact, but I mean, that's the county. I think we should do what we think we should do. There might be a few more statistics. This is my last point that we could get that would help us because, you know, you pointed out the difference in the median income based on race here in the city, and it's very significant. What wasn't just apparent from those statistics, which is fine, but how many different homes are we talking about? So in other words, in figuring out the cost, it's hard to know if we were to do something, how many people are actually discussing. And the last point is, you know, are we just, when we consider some of these income-based credits, it's separate from the deferral, are we, there's nothing wrong with this, but are we just layering it on top of credits that the same group of people are getting and maybe they need to, and that's fine? Or are we looking to expand it elsewhere? So I think it'd be helpful through the statistics to be able to figure out, are there deserving people who are kind of just missing the cut right now? And what can we do to pull them in? So those are my thoughts.
I appreciate that. I do have some other statistics. I will say the statistics for race are very difficult to get in a helpful way here. We certainly have the information about the people who are receiving some of the different county programs, and we can see there is a good amount of overlap. Once somebody has learned that there are property tax credits, they'll apply for as many as they can get. And so there are kind of the same people that know about them. I do think that there's a good idea. It is a good idea to see if there are people that just aren't being touched, that are in need of some kind of appropriate answer.
I assume also if it's income based, it's more likely that lower income people here in the city are Black or brown residents or other communities, different racially or ethnically. They'll be picked up anyway if it's just income based to a large extent. Isn't that true, just based on the statistics that you showed us?
That's generally true. There's a couple pockets in different parts of the city. Councilmember Dabala has a number of groups that kind of fit into a different category. And so there are some geographic areas that are a little different but I think income based is important. And the point that I had on an early slide about the total income is important, because a lot of times two different households will have what looks like the same income, which is relatively low, but one will have family resources that are fairly in depth, and the other does not have the backup. And that's something that's difficult to catch, the difference.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Councilman Costick?
Thank you for all the information. I don't think I have a lot of brain power left, so I'm just going to kind of give a couple of quick things. One is I also support the focus on need and income level rather than sort of a blanket approach. I also like the idea of the deferral, but I had some of similar concerns to what Councilmember Kovar mentioned with regard to people maybe essentially getting in debt in this way and not kind of realizing what's happening potentially. So just want to make sure that's not an issue. And then I also was thinking, I think there are people, particularly seniors, who might not necessarily want to stay in their homes, but don't have an alternative in the community because we don't have a lot of opportunities to downsize. We don't have a lot of senior housing. We don't really have a lot of opportunities to do that. So I think part of this is also trying to, from an economic development perspective, trying to bolster that. But I also wondered, there was a good discussion earlier, I think in the fall, maybe, with Grace when a resident in Ward 3 needed some financial assistance with an ADU, some changes to be able to make her property available for an ADU. And so I wondered if there might also be some assistance that could be provided in a targeted way to assist people who live in a large house, potentially, who might have the potential to convert a portion of it to an ADU that either they live, the smaller unit that they live in or someone else lives in, to offset some of the costs.
Thank you, Councilmember Costick. I'm not sure exactly, but when we are working with folks for these various purposes, we exactly look for that. Because sometimes there are these other kinds of ways to share a house or to otherwise handle the income differently that makes a huge difference. So we always ask because they have a huge resource right there that might be able to handle differently. And it's nice that the county's ADU provisions have changed so that the homeowner doesn't have to live in the large part of the house. If they want to be in the smaller part of the house and rent out the larger part, they can do that. And that, for some seniors, is the better option in terms of maintenance.
Cool. Councilwoman Searcy.
Wow, it's after 11:30. Real quick, so I agree that the deferral may be a pretty decent approach. That said, I think it's important for us to still have criteria for the deferral that we want to make sure that it's tight enough to where we're hitting the people who are in need, because I could actually see the deferral, if the criteria is too loose, really having substantial impact on our revenue stream. So if we don't make sure that the criteria and how we determine who's eligible for the deferral, how many times they could, like how many times you could end up with a subset of the city that's basically deferring for however long they should choose to do so. So I think the criteria for that may be a little tricky to think through. I think the income-based approach is important. I do think that by taking an income-based approach, it means we probably need to look a little bit more stringently at the county programs to see. There may not be much overlap, but for example, the military 40, you paid off your home, you live in your home for 40 years. Okay, that's a long time. But if we find that those folks that actually would participate in that type of program would meet to some degree some of the income requirements, and we rely on the county to do all of the paperwork, and then we just check the box. If that's not the case, then we might want to start to explore some of the other counties. And I know there's a lot of talk about affordable housing, so I'm pretty sure they're probably coming up with a bunch of other programs down the pike. And whether or not we could rely on them to some degree to do the legwork if they were able to come up with some sort of income-based tax credit that we can then piggyback off of, which would make life a little easier. Because when it comes to income eligibility, it becomes a lot of paperwork. It gets messy. So those are the only kind of thoughts that kind of percolated for me. I think this is a really great presentation and a really great way to kind of think through the options. I agree with the mayor that what you've laid out is pretty spot on, and having that matrix would help. But I do think that, you know, we also need to think about some of the longer term implications of some of these programs.
Great. And I just had a quick question before we wrap up. When I got on the county site, I was, you know, looking at the different programs and things. Is it the correct assumption that particularly on the military and whatever they call the one where been in your house for 40 years, that's not something that may stay around? Like they renew that. So the county could also, I think it's important for us to know that it's not something that is on the books forever, potentially. Like if you look at it, it is actually something that they have to vote to continue and move forward. And I didn't dig further than that, but I do think that's also an important aspect to think about.
Well, in spending time reading through all these different kinds of deferrals or credit programs, the ones that to me are the most problematic are ones that are clearly established by the county council at some point in time, and then they've not been updated.
Yeah.
You know, they refer to things from 2015, you know, so there's not, you have to guess at what it means when you're in 2021. And you're right, some of them have to be renewed every 5 years. And while the general thought, I think, is that they will be renewed, it's uncertain for those who apply for those programs. Those who think they're depending on these programs and then, you know, it could end, is something that I think is a little troubling. For that reason, I really like the homeowners tax credit program and some of the other ones that are pretty clear and continuing. And I think it's right to think about the extent to which we would depend on a county program, knowing that there's that uncertainty. So it may be important that a city program be pretty explicit about how it's handling some of these things. I do like Councilmember Searcy's idea, which I think she said, it is late, that there may be some way to look at the county's criteria that can be used as a proxy for the income without necessarily using the whole county program on something. So there may be some way that we can take a sliver that helps us not have to do all the dirty work, but not necessarily buy into the provisions of the program that they have.
Great. All right. It's like almost 11:45. I think this was a great presentation. Thank you. I know I really,
For after 11.
for any time. I think this was really, I think we really, you know, I know Councilman DeBala had been doing a lot of work on this, and I think we really moved the conversation along. And I do appreciate the criteria that you've set out here. And so I think it's, yeah, this year we've really, I think, moved the ball on this conversation. So thank you. So we tackled priorities, task force, stormwater, a lot tonight. And I just want to thank everybody. I think there'll be a few more things on the city manager search. Look for emails and some other things to wrap up before we meet again next week. So good. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Have a good week, and we'll see you again. Bye.
Thank you.